And here we are. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and others and all, etc., to this, what is this now? October 22 edition of the Winestream. I'm going to adjust the camera just a little bit. It seems to have shifted a bit since I started this here. Yeah, I'm supposed to be like right about in the middle here, thereabout. Or so they tell me. Also, we need to turn a little bit more in the... Yep. There we are. Now I am centered. You know, you can spend all afternoon getting ready for these things and, you know, crap's going to happen anyway. So, first and foremost, for those of you who expressed concern, we weathered Hurricane Ian quite spectacularly. There are some folk who did suffer terribly. I don't mean to downplay it, but Raleigh, fortunately, is a couple of 100 miles inland from where it made landfall. And once a hurricane does get out over land, it does start to weaken very rapidly. So we're past it now. We did have a few branches down, leaves all over the place. It made driving a little bit dicey, and sometimes the rain was blinding, but other than that, we had no trouble. We still have our power, as you can see, although some in the area do not. And we do have our internet, although many in the area do not. You can thank Spectrum Internet for that. So we are here, and we shall continue doing what we do, and that is consuming wine and basically making complete asses of ourselves for your entertainment. That's what you're here for. So, without further ado, tonight's wine comes, as many of them do, from Germany. This is from Schlinkhaus. It might be a little bit hard to see in this light. There we are. This is a Riesling. Most of you know that I do prefer Rieslings, German Rieslings specifically. This one, it says on the back, let's see. This Riesling is the finest and best known of Germany's white varieties, a crisp and refreshing wine for seafood, chicken, and salads. A reminder that some people actually like to have food with their wine. I consider that something of a waste because there's less room for wine if you have food. So let's open it, shall we? As the French say, goût on voir si le vin est bon. Oui. And I have this very, very pretty new glass. My downstairs neighbors, who are very, very lovely people, very friendly people, they gifted me with a pair of these nice glasses. They are hand decorated and very, very heavy walled and very large for holding lots of wine. So let's see how much we can get it. I got my keyboard in my lap, so I'm going to lean forward to pour this here. I haven't actually measured the volume here, but I'm going to guess. This holds probably about 300 milliliters, and that's fine. Oh, and Furry Trainer says, thank you for introducing me to Dr. Lawson. I have a bottle of Lawson in there in case this Schlinkhaus should run out. Nom. And Gunsmith Yak says, I heard you like the candy Gummi gave you on this year. Not the gummy candy, but the candy Gummi, as in Gummi Bjorn, gave to me this year at EF. It was chocolate that was infused with some of the most amazingly hot pepper. Now, I was able to survive a tiny, tiny corner of it, but I certainly couldn't eat the entire bar. I did have a request from Furor Fursuits Leo, who is a well-known Ukrainian fur, passed on to me a request from frontline troops fighting in Ukraine that they wanted the rest of the chocolate. So I would support the Ukrainian troops in any way I could. I don't know what they wanted to do with it. I don't know if they wanted to eat the chocolate themselves or if they wanted to leave it for their Russian counterparts. Either way, I hope they enjoyed it. Aldea Carufus says, aren't you supposed to avoid drinking on an empty stomach? I did have something to eat, as a matter of fact. I had a few of these, which I still have left over. This portion of the Winestream is brought to you by Galaxy Minstrels for all your chocolatey needs. And I can hear Drax letting out a howl of of dismay that I have some and he does not. Keto's wife is here. Hello, Keto's wife. And Nico D is here. Oh, boy, lots of people are here tonight. And Captain Geronimo Claus, Viva die Konvention in Deutschland. You must have missed the last Winestream when I talked about that. I had the most fantastic time at Eurofurence, as I always do, other than the fact that I had to put this back in the stone to keep it cold. Other than the unfortunate fact that I believe it was the hottest weekend on record in Germany that particular weekend. So the lobby, the big glass atrium lobby of the hotel was very much like a greenhouse. And apparently Finnish people combine the candy with vodka. You would have to have vodka to survive that candy. I had a great time at Eurofurence. Afterward, I traveled to Scotland, and I was able to visit with the Moore family, and I got to meet again with some folk that I met, I guess it was 8 or 10 years ago. You might remember the story of the folks that I playfully call my befuddled English people, an absolutely darling family from Yorkshire in England that I met on an ill-fated flight some years ago. I can relate to that story, but I told them I'd be streaming tonight, and I'll see if they show up. That way, they can actually back me up that all my stories are 105% true. So should they pop in, I shall, and I hope that they'll know that there is a chat channel, and they get in the chat channel and say, "Hey, it's us, you're English people, whatever." Damn, this is gute Scheiße, or as they say in Brazil, bom pra caralho. And I got my this is Bonbon. This is the Mascots of Brazil Fur Fest over here, so I'm allowed to say bom pra caralho. Nom nom nom. Lion Wing says, was Foxamore at the last convention? You're going to have to narrow that down, Lion Wing. There's been lots of conventions. He was at Eurofurence, and we were able to perform together on stage, which I absolutely adore doing. I love being able to share the stage with Foxamore. I also was able to share the stage in a charity show with Tianlong, who I very much hope that I shall get to see in a couple of weeks. In fact, it's going to be a busy month for me for travel. Let's see. What is this? This is the first. Next week, I'll be traveling down to San Antonio, Texas for Alamo City Furry Invasion. And then the very next week, I shall be joining Tianlong for a bit of a private party. You might have heard of Basement Con. We're going to crash that this year. Then the week after that, I'm going to be at Con Furor in Guadalajara in Mexico. It's going to be my first time south of the border. I'm very much looking forward to it. And I have to learn how to say, soy un gringo, no habla español. Tech Priest Ryzen, if you're going to Texas, you must go to. I hear that a lot. If you are going to be in this town, you must do the following. The thing is, when I'm going to a city for a convention, I'm going for the convention. I'm basically going there to work. If I'm the guest to the convention, I have an obligation to be at the convention. I really don't have time to be a tourist. And for those of you in foreign lands, you might have heard the legendary practice in the United States of only giving people 2 weeks vacation. I have to ration my vacation days. In fact, a lot of times at conventions, I have to have my work computer with me and actually make it a work day. There is Roberto. Signor Valos, how are you? Okay, here we have Roberto was one indeed of the befuddled English people of which I spoke. However, he is spreading a rumor, and I have to set this straight. There is no evidence whatsoever that I was standing on a chair drunkenly belting out Rule Britannia during this event. I can neither confirm nor deny, etc., etc. But as the dear fellow is here, I shall relate the story, and he can back me up on this, other than the fact that he will embellish it with that whole Rule Britannia thing. So I was on my way to Confuzzled, and I think, I don't know how many years ago it was long enough ago that we were still flying U.S. Airways, which is no longer around, probably good. And I of course, had a first-class seat. That's what you get for having the ultra-high-level frequent flyer club. Since conventions fly me all over the world to get drunk and fall down and make people laugh, I rack up frequent flyer miles like mad. And doing so, I'm able then to upgrade on selected flights, and I select the overseas flights because I like to sleep and I like the free booze that you get. U.S. Airways actually had some decent wine. That was one of the good things they had going for them. We were leaving from Philadelphia Airport, and also up in front of the plane with me was this absolutely delightful English family. I learned they were living in Yorkshire. There was the two married folk and their grown son, and we struck up conversation and got to know one another because the plane was somewhat delayed. It sat there for a good 2 hours at the gate, but they just kept bringing us the stuff. And we just kept drinking the booze and chatting and getting to know one another. And finally, after some 2 hours delay, the aircraft began to taxi backward. And the flight attendant got up there, and she's doing there are exits all over the place, emergencies happen, panic, run out the exit. While she's doing her little spiel, without warning, the aircraft lurched very violently, almost threw the flight attendant off her feet. She caught herself quite expertly, and I had to admire her. Immediately, she grabbed the intercom and she said, don't worry about that, ladies and gentlemen. That sort of thing occasionally happens. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. Then she hung up the intercom and ran up to the front. Yeah, right. So the aircraft stopped, and we sat, and then the flight attendants brought back more wine. Well, basically it just turned into a big party. We just kept drinking wine and waiting for something to happen, and another 2 hours went by. It was now after midnight. I happened to look out the window, and I could see an army of people in high visibility vests, all staring at the front landing gear with expressions like this. And I turned to these lovely people, Clive, Christine, and Rob, they were, and I said, I don't suspect we're going to be getting off the ground anytime soon. You see, I learned something about the Airbus A330 at that point. Did you know that the Airbus A330 has the front landing gear constructed in such a fashion that if you turn that landing gear too far, it'll snap off? And that's exactly what happened. When they were pushing the plane back, they turned it too tight and it broke the landing gear off. And the reason we were still sitting there was they were trying very hard to figure out how they were going to drag this thing back to the gate. They finally figured something out. It was easily 1 o'clock in the morning when finally they opened the doors and they let us get off the aircraft into a completely empty terminal. the terminal was closed. They told us nothing is open, including the restrooms. Well, the gentleman on the flight saw to it that was not the case. We essentially forced open the doors on the bathrooms because we were not going to stand for that. So time went by, and at one point I looked around and I noticed, to my sudden and mounting anxiety, the flight crew who had been waiting there, because the announcement every 15 minutes kept saying, we're getting another aircraft, we're getting another aircraft. At this point, I looked around and the flight crew was no longer there. In fact, the airline employees were not at the podium. I realized there was no one there but us passengers. And that is when the announcement came on the loudspeaker, this flight is canceled. You see, they got themselves to minimum safe distance and they announced it remotely. But there was the announcement that there are slips of paper with a phone number on it you can call to rebook and to get hotels for the night at reduced rates. Not free, but reduced rates. So there was a scramble, people going up, grabbing these little slips of paper. And I made my call, and I noticed some of the English people were poking at their phones, having trouble. And I inquired, this is an 800 number. This is a toll-free number, which can only be dialed from an American phone. At least half the people on that flight were British. They didn't have American phones. They couldn't dial that number. So I announced very, very loudly, ladies and gentlemen, our folks from Great Britain cannot dial the phone number. If you have time and if you see fit, please let them use your cell phones. And many of them did. I was quite happy with that. And this is the point where Roberto is going to claim that I was standing on a chair singing Rule Britannia. I don't think I was that drunk, because I'm certain I would have remembered that. I don't remember much else, but I'm certain I would have remembered that. Well, I got my high-class frequent flyer level telephone number, and they got me rebooked. And I happened to see Clive was still on hold. So I said, I would also like you to check these. There are 3 other passengers I want you to rebook too. And the lady said, are they ultra high level frequent flyers too? And I said, they're with me. And she said, oh, okay, yeah, sure. Good to be Uncle Kage sometimes. So we got them seen to. We wound up at the same hotel that evening. Clive and the lot, they were able to get a room at this Hilton. And I had got there much later. By the time I got there, they were saying all the rooms were taken. But there are advantages to being Uncle Kage. As I said, I went up there and said, oh, do you have any rooms left? And they said, no, sir, we're completely booked full. And I said, oh, my name's Sam Conway. Do you maybe look at it? And the lady looked, oh, yes. I'm sorry, Dr. Conway. Yes, of course we have a room. Try it someday. It's fun. But we were on the same flight the next morning, and sitting together more and more, chatting with one another. They were such delightful people that I very much wanted to keep in touch with them, and we have over the years. We were able to get together in Edinburgh after Euroference in Scotland, and we shared a wonderful afternoon on the Royal Mile, guzzling cider and taking tourist photos and generally just making total fools of ourselves, but that's what life is all about. It's good to see you there, Robert, my dear boy. And I noticed that Mama T is here, which is a tremendous relief to me, because Mama T lives a little bit closer to the coast. The hurricane still had some punch in it when it went over her house. However, she is also an old pro at these things. I'm sure she just went to the window and glowered at the hurricane, and it kind of went around her. I, she, she's cool enough that I can see that happening. Yep. Oh, and Gummibjorn saying, tempting to call just to piss him off, sitting with a phone to his ear. Listen, Gummy, you left me a voicemail when I was in Germany. I can't get voicemails in Germany. All I get is an announcement, you have a voicemail. Please don't do that, because all weekend long I was thinking, okay, is this from work? Is it from my sister? Who the hell is bugging me when I'm out of town and leaving voicemails? You can always find me at Eurofurrence. You know where I sit at the bar. Just go there. And Roberto is saying, apparently we had an audience for Rule Britannia, and apparently I knew the verses that the Brits didn't. Okay, well, I'm calling your bluff there, my boy. How could I have known the verses Brits don't? I am an American. We are well known for our cultural dullness. So I shall simply fall back on the storied American insensitivity to others' cultures and complete lack of knowledge about anything outside of our borders. QED. Okay, let's see. What else is going on? Oh, Mom's here. Hi, Mom. Good to see you. Yeah, we had some wonderful pictures. I got some amazing pictures of Ronnie and my mom happily drinking cider. Actually, I was drinking cider. I think Ronnie was drinking whiskey on the Golden Mile there. Golden Mile, different place. On the Royal Mile. And I shouldn't show them to you because they might be a little bit embarrassing. I'm going to have a little more wine before I do that. Oh, Layla Cookie's not feeling. Good night, Layla. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you feel better. Oh, Trinity was standing on her front porch placing bets with her son, who as to which tree was going to go first. People in hurricane-prone areas tend to do that. If the storm is such that there is no immediate danger to life and limb, and you are able to safely watch from a window or something, that's the first thing you do. You look and see what is vulnerable. You even start laying down money. Okay, I'm starting a pool. I'm betting that the mailbox is going to get uprooted first. No, I'm betting it's going to be the pine tree. And then what usually happens is you see like the neighbor's trampoline come cartwheeling down the street. That's like the wild card. Everybody gets a point for that. Silent Dawn, who is on the coast, his yard and shop flooded a little bit, hopefully not too much. But he has a crap ton of black walnuts to pick up. If anybody likes black walnuts, inquire with Silent Dawn. He's got plenty to spare. Maximus Wolfhart has, hello, Uncle Kage. Hello, Maximus. Good to see you. Aaron Herola says, step up to the mark, Uncle Kage, that you do or do not know the lyrics of Rule Britannia. Well, since this story was spun, I have learned the lyrics. Now, you cannot claim that I knew the lyrics at the time. But I think I've had enough alcohol because I pre-gamed a little bit that we can begin. So we have to hold this. And Mom says, I would really prefer not to show those pics. Yes, dear. When Britain first at heaven's command. You have to pause at this point because the orchestra is playing that gives you time to drink. Arose from 'neath the azure main. Arose, arose, arose from 'neath the azure main. Now some guy pulls a cracker, I don't know why. This was the charter of the land, and guardian angels sang this strain. Everybody, rule Britannia, Britannia rule the waves. Britons never, never, never shall be slaves. But this is not the last night of the proms, so we are going to continue. Mm. Let's see. Trinity says, wine flowed freely during the storm. I actually went with Mom and with our very, very dear neighbor, Bea. We went to the local cider shop, Bull City Cider Works, which you might have heard of if you've watched the stream before. They're just up the road. I judged that the conditions were such that it was not dangerous to drive, and I did not expect them to deteriorate that would prevent us from coming home. We got to Bull City and we ordered ourselves some cider, but then the lights started to flicker. So what we did was we paid for each round that we got, we paid for it right away, so that if the lights went out, then they wouldn't be stuck. I still don't know. If the taps there are purely pneumatic or if they're electrically driven, because if they were purely pneumatic, we could have stayed all night. But it was starting to get dark. The wind was kicking up, so we decided to call a night. We came back to Mom's house, and we had some more wine. And apparently Clive and Christine are watching as well, and they're very impressed to hear that singing for a second time. Meaning they must have seen the Winestream before, because I still maintain that the whole rumor that I was standing on a chair singing Rule Britannia, holding on to someone's hand, I think it was Clive's, to keep from falling off the chair, that is strictly rumor. Without physical evidence or video, I simply discount it. Let's see what else is going on here. And Drax, yes, Britishness intensifies. Drax, you're the last person I would have thought to say that. Oh, by the way, my dear Varleys, please do say hello to Drax. He is also a Yorkshireman. He doesn't like to admit it, but he is very much, he is practically cooking with K Yorkshire style. But, however, we must be nice to Drax, because not only did he write the theme music for this Winestream, but he also introduced me to Galaxy Minstrels for all your chocolatey needs, who are sponsoring this portion of the Winestream tonight. Let's see. Drax says, yes, he's an acclimatized Yorkshire person. Yeah, anytime I see Cooking with K, I can hear Drax's voice. Let's see. They're still talking about black walnuts and black walnut trees and Drax, my personal demon. / composer / connection when it comes to Galaxy Minstrels. This is my last bag. I do have to make another trip to the UK in order to stock up on my minstrels and hopefully to visit with the Varleys again and with Drax. I am hoping, possibly, I don't want anybody to, Uncle Kage is going to Confuzzle. I don't know. I am hoping. Right now, airfares to Confuzzled are affordable, and the British pound is bollocks at this point. It's like 85 pounds to $1 or something like that. So if they were to open their registration right now, I would be able to afford to go to Confuzzled. The only problem is they haven't opened their registration. They're going to open it probably sometime into 2023. And if the airfares are still low and if the pound is still doing whatever it's doing, I shall try to go. My concern, however, is that by the time they open their registration, the airfares will have jacked up to the point where it's $4,000 to get across the ocean, and the pound will be back up to, I would have to mortgage my house in order to buy a Lion bar or something. Now, I notice Dortz the Demon and Drax Dragon are having a conversation, and Dortz is saying, can you drink? Dortz, you were not here when I had Drax. I actually had Drax here in person on my Winestream. And it's overdue for you to come back and visit, my fine fellow. I think you should do that soon. So he definitely can drink. Not a lot, of course. He is something of a lightweight, being English and everything, but... let's see. Um, Ace says one United States dollar equals 0.9 pounds sterling. Okay, I, I was speaking hyperbolically. I was exaggerating the situation, of course. And Drax says, "You what?" I'm not going to say what he says after that. He called me a sea nut. Maximus Wolfhart, I thought English drinks were always heavy drinkers. Um, you're thinking of the Scots. And I have to show you, I might have shown this on the last stream. I don't really remember. I don't remember the last Winestream for whatever reason. Maybe it was just so long ago. But when we were in Scotland, I went in to wash my hands. We went to this wonderful, it was actually a Prosecco bar that was in Edinburgh. And I thought, yeah, there it is. I went to wash my hands in the hand washing sink, and I could not, for the life of me, figure out how to get the faucet to go. I also couldn't figure out where the heck the soap dispenser was. So this is problematical when you are in a different country. I didn't want to go outside and ask, so I just had to kind of, use what little liquid there was in the bottom in order to get my hands clean. And, Tiptoe the Rat is here. As promised, I have made a stream. Well, don't play it now. I'm doing mine. Okay. They did have the luminous soap stacks. They had like these big pink soaps at the bottom. I was able to use those. They didn't dissolve very well. But that place, it was the first place we saw when we got off the train at Waverley Station. And it had a big sign that said Prosecco Bar. The idea was we were going to meet my friends, the Varleys, somewhere on the Royal Mile, but I saw that and I sent them a note saying, "I'll come get you. We're at the Prosecco Bar." Oh, I told them I am in disguise as a posh English toff. I was wearing my suit and my bowler hat. And I think I mentioned on the last wine stream, in that getup, I had two people ask for my photo on the Royal Mile, and one person asked me tourist directions. So, okay, why not? Tiptoe the Rat says, "Do tell me if the wine I purchased was fit for purpose." Tiptoe, I will tell you quite honestly, I drank it so fast, I don't really remember. I do remember the wine. Thank you so much for that. It was very, very good wine. And thank you very much for the letter you put in there with it. Folks will occasionally give me bottles of wine at Anthrocon, and I won't know who they're from. But Tiptoe gave me a very, very nice note along with it, so I was able to thank him personally, and I shall thank you once again. It was gute Scheisse, as the Germans say. Let's see. And Foxless says, "Is it better to drink from a 0.5 glass or a 0.25 glass?" I am asking, are you saying, is it better to drink from a larger glass or a smaller glass? Well, it depends on how much weight you want to lose. You see, if you have a smaller glass, you have to refill it more, and that means working the muscles of the pouring arm more often. Now, this is approximately a 300 milliliter glass, so it's going to be kind of hard, really, to answer that. But typically at restaurants, they'll serve you either 150 milliliters or 250 milliliters. In Germany, that's the difference between a normal and a large glass. A 0.5 liter glass is it's basically a pint, isn't it? Somebody do the conversion for me. And Drax says, "Bottle and long straw." I actually happen to have, just off camera over here, 30,000 fursuit straws. They are paper straws. We get them from an outfit in Great Britain. They are actually cheaper to have manufactured in England and shipped over here than to have them made by American paper manufacturers. Paper Straw Group in England makes our paper straws. So if you're running a fur meet or something and you would like some paper fursuit straws, let me know. I think we have enough to spare. But they do not stand up well to alcohol. They are designed for hydration. And even though this is 91% water, the paper straws were not designed to stand up to wine. Nom nom. Gunsmith says, are you going to have a no alcohol wine stream this year? Also, will you do a European wine stream? I am planning at some point of doing a wine stream for our friends in Europe. It could well be the December wine stream. I will also be planning at some point, probably maybe January, doing a wine-less stream. Every 18 to 24 months, just for my own edification, I will take off an entire month where I do not drink any alcohol at all. It is not any kind of Lenten thing. I am not trying to buy my way into heaven. It is simply to demonstrate to myself that I can. I think you all understand. I do love to drink wine, but I want to make sure that I love to drink wine and that I'm not at the point where I have to drink wine. So we are coming up soon that I will be doing a month off, and that would be a wineless stream. It'll probably be also a very, very boring stream. So maybe I'll do that one early. Maybe I'll do that one in December. I'll do it early for the Europeans because I'll just sit here like, I don't know what to talk about because I don't have anything to drink. But I'm here for the Europeans, so rule Britannia, Britannia rule the waves. Oh, I'm sorry, they're not European. Sorry, forgot. Sorry. Let's see. And Drax says, ever since Maggie closed the plastic mines, the straw industry has never been the same. It is true. It is true. All those plastic miners out of work in Wales. It is a sad, sad state of affairs. And Durza Demon says, stream keeps freezing for me, so I'm going to have to go, and hopefully my connection gets better soon. Well, from my end, it says excellent connection. So, but then again, that's Spectrum Cable giving me their propaganda. If anybody else is having any issues with the stream, sorry, buddy, I can't do anything about it. But let me know. I am curious. Drax says, some say they closed the mine so fast the miners are still down there. But it's okay, because they have the straws. They can poke them through the earth and be able to breathe. And their spouses can come and pour some Guinness down in the straws for them, keep them going. Nom. So, for those of you who are new to this wine stream, as I call it here, thank you very much for coming. Welcome. I'm not 100% sure what you're expecting, but essentially, I'm going to be drinking wine, and I'm going to be making noises with my face, and I'm going to be doing these two things alternating. I try not to do them at the same time, until I either cannot drink anymore, or I cannot make any more noise, or all of you have gotten bored and left. Any one of those things could happen at any time. Pardon me. Nom, 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 nom. The whole thing started years ago. Boy, it has been years now. Heavens, I've been doing this quite a bit. Somebody for my birthday had gifted me with a webcam. And yay, great. Okay. I wasn't sure what I was going to do with a webcam, so I put it in a drawer or something. And then one day, I really very much wanted to have some wine, but I do have certain rules when it comes to drinking alcohol. One of them is I really don't like to drink alone. That way lies madness. You should not drink alcohol on your own. But I was here by myself. None of my friends were available. I'm not really the sort to go out to a bar and hang out with a bunch of guys named Turner who wear their caterpillar hats backwards. No. But then I remembered this webcam, and I thought to myself, if I plug in the webcam and there's a bunch of people watching me on the webcam, then I'm not really alone. And that's how the Winestream started. Oh, Yappy Fox is here. Hello, Yappy. Yappy is perhaps one of the longest serving fursuiters in our fandom. He almost single-handedly invented the modern art of fursuiting, and he definitely, without any debate, is the one who invented the modern version of the fursuit parade. So here's Dear Yapster. Trinity has the Niersteiner Spiegelberg Riesling. That is good shit. They used to serve that at Ingenuity around the corner. We have found a wine store that can get it for us. So Mom has a good selection of bottles at her place. Okay. And Gunsmith says, I really should introduce the Finnish wine. That looks like, from my limited knowledge of Finnish, that looks like the name of the wine is Kill You, which means I want to try it. I want to try a wine called Kill You. Yeah, let's try. And Loot Knapp says, what year did the Winestream start? Holy mackerel. Does anybody remember? Was it 2016, 2017? I just remember it was the little webcam sitting on the back of my laptop at the dining room table here. The opening graphic that I use for the wine, so you might recognize actually I even had a temporary shade. I had just moved in. It would had to have been like 2014. So it has been a while. And those were the days when I was willing to experiment with things. Does anyone remember when I did the bum wine stream? If you saw the bum wine stream, well, good on you, because I'm never doing one of those again. I went out and I bought the wines that the tramps drink, the vagrants. I bought Four Roses. I bought Night Train Express. I brought Thunderbird. I got Mad Dog 2020 and Wild Irish Rose. And those were the wines that I drank. I seem to remember getting curious from a chemistry standpoint and mixing some of them together to see what various colors they would change. Mostly they turned black, as I recall. What I do remember is I woke up the next day with the second worst hangover I have ever had in all my born days. So hopefully you were entertained by the bum wine stream. I ain't doing it again. And Slushy Wolf says, I dare oo to buy the world's most expensive wine. Well, Slushy, if you buy it for me, then I'll try it. Now, I think I saw Ushi, Liebchen, sind Sie here? I think so. I think Ushi is here. Ushi is a dear friend of the family who lives in Berlin. Ushi, hello, if you are here. Yep. Drax says, the bum wine stream still holds the record closest you have come to death. Okay, there are some streams that are not on YouTube for good reason. There's the bum wine stream, because I got really trashed on that. And then there was the stream where I decided I was going to try the canned wine. The stuff, it's called house wine or something stupid like that. It comes in cans. And I think I think I actually passed out on that stream. I do know that I think that was one of the streams where Gummibjorn called and said, you're done. You're finished. Stop. Cut. And it's good. It's good to have friends who are willing to tell you when it's time to stop. Yappy Fox says, I'll be driving past Kage next week. Well, Yappy, I will be prepared to jump up onto the sidewalk when you do so. Please, watch where you're going. Oh, and putting gins in sake is what happens when you put ginger candy into sake. The sake turns green. It actually didn't taste all that bad. The color just looked like something out of the Toxic River from EF9. So other than that, it was not so bad. Let's see. T'Challa says, Ronnie's made one of those calls. So you mean it's happened more than once? I only remember it happening once. Okay, for those of you who've been watching the stream for a long time, how many times have I gotten a phone call from somebody telling me it was time to kill the stream? Foxel asks, while you guys are thinking, does sake taste like rice? It does not. Sake has a very, very mellow, ricey kind of flavor. If you've ever had rice candy or rice paper, that's what it tastes like. If it tastes with an overly alcohol burn, that is low-grade sake. You should be able to taste the alcohol, but very, very mild. Some people say 17. I don't think so. At least 2 times. Silent Dawn says at least 6. Now, Silent Dawn's been watching for a while. Okay. I'm calling bullshit on every single one of you. You guys are listening too much to Roberto and his stories of rural Britannia. All right, that's what this is. I do know we had one evening when I had Zeke Hyena here with me. Zeke actually passed out. That was adorable. Hyenas are not meant to drink alcohol. I was sitting here, and Zeke was sitting here, and we were drinking sake, and at one point I looked over, and Zeke was... And my first, make sure he's breathing. And I realized he was like, and those of you who saw the stream, that's when I said, okay, you know what? I think we're done for the night. My co-host is gone. But what we did the next day was we had a morning after stream. We dragged poor Zeke out of the guest bed, threw my bathrobe on him, and gave him an ice pack for his head, and we continued the stream the next day. Oof. Let's see what's going on in the channel here. More people telling stories about the past. And Talon Wolf mentions the Hangover Diner. That's not what it's called, but that's what we call it. Very, very close to here, there is a wonderful classic style, 1950s style diner that serves wonderful American breakfasts, which are like English breakfasts, but greasier and with less baked beans. But we call it the Hangover Diner because typically when I have guests for the Winestream, that's where we go the following day. So it's the Hangover Diner. Why not? Oh, Sully, there was the time you tried to call an old Cobra. That was at Alkali's place. I did call it that. That was Natalia, my colleague. And the thing is, Alkali didn't tell me to stop at that point. So Natalia still asks if that stream is online. Maybe I should show it to her at some point. Drax says, I guarantee the staff at the dine will just see you coming and go, here comes that old drunk again. I tip well, okay? Oh, yes, Gunsmith remembers the clear Tumor Cat wine. You can't see, I still have my Tumor Cat collection over there. I can show you. For those of you who have not seen the Tumor Cats before, pardon me, go over here and get one. Oh, we'll get the blue. This is the classiest Tumor Cat. That's not actually the name of the wine. This is actually I don't even know what the hell they call it. Oh, this is by Keller Schwarzkatz. This is a Mosel and Saarland Riesling, and they serve it in these wonderful bottles that are shaped like cats. I call them tumor cats because to me it looks like the cat has this big tumor growing out of his head, and that's where you pour the wine out of. Or if you're really drunk, you suck the wine out of the cat's head tumor there. But they're very, very pretty bottles. The wine itself is wine. It is wine. I will say that. Let's see. Yeah. Silent On says, I've fallen over but never passed out. I don't know, Silent On, you got pretty close. Silent On's been on the stream twice, as I recall, in the role of Earl, the guy from the lube rack, because he's a mechanic, so we kind of invented this like online on-camera persona for him. But I will say, for a gentleman, a southern gentleman, you can hold your wine quite well. Let's see. And Foxel says, what was the name of the shop around the corner that closed? That was Ingenuity, where I had 2 of the most fun sake tastings that I have ever conducted. Kito's wife is never going to look at Tumor Cat the same way again. If you like Riesling, make sure you get some of these that are no older than about 2 years. They seem to go bad easily. I don't know if it's their packaging process, but I'm sure it's very, very good wine, but it seems that more than half the time when I have purchased this particular wine, when I've pulled the cork out, there's been mold on the cork. That's not good. That's not a good sign. I don't think I need to tell you that's not a good sign. Oh, and there was an evening when Tian Long used to do grumpy streams, and I wish he would do some more of those. He hasn't been active for a while. He's been coming down here to drink my wine, that's why. But I had 2 very, very good friends. I still have 2 very, very good friends who live here in Raleigh. And a particular weekend, they were very sad because their cat had developed cancer, and they had to make the decision. And that Saturday morning, they took her to say goodbye. And I invited them to my place that evening to drink and forget their troubles, and let's carry on with life and try to be merry. And Tian Long was streaming that night, so let's watch Tian stream. And the very first thing Tian said was, I have Tumor Cat. And I was like, that clicked it. Oh, sorry, maybe we should watch something else, fellas. It was a great stream that Tian gave, but not good timing. Rex Potenhoff, I have a wonderful and tasty Riesling from 2018 from Mosel. Make sure you drink it tonight. Rieslings don't last in the bottle. They will start to lose their quality after about 3 years, so definitely drink that. Oh, Brazil Fur says, I shall say, bom pracaralho to Brazil Fur Fest. That means a cheerful good evening to you. So, let's see. Okay, what else is going on? Yakisoba says, I really would like to see another grumpy stream. Well, again, Yakisoba, Tian is a smart dragon. Why should he do a grumpy stream from his place with his wine when he can come down here, drink my wine, drink my high-quality sake, and not have to do any work for it? And Luke Knapp says, did you stop by the E.F. Pulpit show? I love the E.F. Pulpit show. I adore the E.F. Pulpit show. I was there for about the first hour. It just runs too long. I had to get up and move around. So we went to the bar, then we watched the rest of it from up in the room. So yes, I did see the EF Paw Pet show. Nom, nom. Let's see. And Autumn Sciomancy says, I spot a classic dragon plush. Well, we've got Pickles here. We've got stand-in Ronnie. We've got the slackworm himself, Fergus. There's probably other dragon plushes here that I just don't really know about him. Yappy Fox, okay. EF Paw Pet show better than FPS. Now, Yappy, you prepare for your show in the course of a week. These guys prepare for the show in the course of a year. So you cannot make that comparison. Tiptoe the Rat, will you be attending MFF this year? I could not get a room, so I will not be going to MFF this year. I'm sorry. And Rex Potenhoff says, bottle of 2018 Staffelder Hof Knackacha gets emptied now. Num, 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 num. God damn, this is good. So let's see, having done Rule Britannia, as we continue on this evening, I'm probably going to start singing some more. I'm going to hold off for a little while on singing God Save the King. I'm not 100% sure how much I like the current monarch. Of course, I haven't had a lot of time to get to know him. He's had a few troublesome false starts, shall we say? Oh, but something was sent to me. I think if I could probably do something fancy like bring it up here and then like do a window capture or something like that. Or I could just put it on my phone. The same fellow who gave us Salad Fingers did an absolutely spot-on lip read of King Charles, and I just thought it was... I shall play it for you now, shall we? Here we go. I retwaddled it. Here we go. Now, here's the thing. Can I show it? And oh, yes, I think I can show it. Here we are, and hopefully you'll be able to hear it too.
Fuck's sake, mate. Fucking bollocks. I shouldn't have to fucking do this shit, mate. I'm the king. What the fuck is this here? Can you just fucking move this out of the way? Fucking hell, mate. Being king is bollocks. I'm fucking done with this shit. Fuck's sake, mate. Fucking...
I'm sorry. That is the most brilliant thing I have seen since Harold Lloyd. That was amazing. Foxel is asking, does Anthrocon Lost and Found get auctioned off after some time? No, it does not, Foxel. We keep the items here in my house for 30 days. After that, they go into storage. If nobody claims them, what happens is anything that is of value will go into the charity auction. So yes, you could say that. Other materials get dumped onto a table with a sign that says, nobody claimed this shit. It's yours. Take it. It's getting thrown out at the end of the convention. We do make every effort, and Talon can back me up on this because he's the one that does the work. We go to great lengths to try to determine who owns a given item. We had a cell phone this year, for example, that it was locked, but all we knew was that it was T-Mobile and it had furry art as the background. What we did was Talon went to Fur Affinity and using some absolutely brilliant detective work, was able to track down that artwork using the search function. We contacted the artist and said, hey, I think we have your phone. But the artist said, no, it's not my phone. Somebody must have been using the art. And I said, oh, crap, we're back to square one. At this point, the only thing we can do is I took it to a local T-Mobile store. And I went in, and the young fellow behind the counter, I gave him the phone, and I said, I found this phone. I don't know who it belongs to. Can you help me? And he woke the phone up, and he said, oh, my, that's a nice circle. And I said, yeah, I see. So he was like, Todd, doing his thing. And the thing is, I was wearing my hat and a mask, COVID at the time. And as he was working on the phone, I said, I'm rather impressed that you know what a circle is. I'm guessing that you're a member of the Furry fandom. And he laughed a little bit. He said, yeah, I am. I'm guessing you are too. I took off my hat and the mask. I said, well, you might say that. And he looked at me and was like, dude, you're. I said, the guy who found the phone. Yes, I am. That was a lot of fun. Let's see. Yes, and Bojo, I learned about circles on a nature documentary. Yeah, sure. And Foxel, I believe you mean the Ghibli Joblies. No, those did not get auctioned because they were still covered with pepper spray. And Knobs the Foxo, I shall return Knobs the Foxo's Happy October with Happy Spooky Month to you too. AM says, are there different kinds of drunk depending on the drink? I don't believe so. Alcohol is alcohol. It just brings out your personality. I remember something that Bill Cosby said when he was still funny before he became a creep. Somebody was trying to tell him about drugs. Well, they enhance your personality. Yeah, but what if you're an asshole? Alcohol is the same way. It'll enhance your personality. If you start out as an asshole, oh my God, it'll enhance your personality. All right. And Silent Dawn is reminded me of the time that, as part of the Patreon program, some of the Patreon patrons get pictures drawn for them, and I'll get to that very, very shortly, in fact, about when this bottle is empty. Silent Dawn, who lives not very, very far away, wrote me a note. I said, do you want me to send the original? And he wrote back playfully, no, you could just bring it by my house. Well, I'm sure he meant it playfully, but then I thought, you know what? Why the hell not? So I drove up to his house. And he wasn't home. So as I was leaving, this, giant Ford pick-em-up truck with truck nuts, redneck, whatever gets out, and Earl from the lube rack jumps down, and he's about to say, whatever you're selling or preaching, I don't want it. And then he saw me in the headlights, and he was like, dude, what? And I held up the art. I said, well, you said to bring it by. So I did. Nom nom. Okay. And Nubs the Foxo says it's Nubs with a silent K. Everyone gets it wrong, but it's okay. Okay, if we were in Germany, Nubs, that would be Knubs. And this is German wine, so that's my defense for tonight. And Kellygon says, have you ever tried brewing your own wine? Kellygon, I'm a chemist. This is a biological process. I would probably screw it up, so no. Glenn Smith wants to hear about the gas control valve. There's not really too much to tell. The gas control valve failed on my water heater. Some people say hot water heater. I prefer to call it a water heater because hot water doesn't need to be heated. Thank you, George Carlin. And I bought a new gas control valve, and I called up the the heating company, and I said, "You can you come and install this for me?" And the lady said, "Oh, we really can't install that." And I said, "Well, you service gas water heaters, don't you?" She said, "Yes, but if we didn't install the water heater, we can't install the gas control valve." I said, "Oh, that's a shame." "Well, it doesn't look like it would be too hard. I can probably just take a hacksaw and cut the old one off and just jam this one on." And the lady's saying, "No, no, sir. No, don't do that. No, please, sir, don't." And I said, "No, don't worry about it. No problem. I got a hacksaw right here." And she said, "Sir, could you hold on, please?" And I was on hold for about a minute, and she came back and said, "Oh, we're going to have somebody out there tomorrow morning." "Thank you very much," I said. Nom nom. Oh, and Kaligon has only managed to begin growing their own yeast. Like I said, it's a biological process. I got a D in biology in college, which is why I went into chemistry. Nom nom. So I'm going to finish this bottle. We shall thank our Patreon patrons. I shall draw them their stupid little pictures, and then I shall open another bottle. I have another bottle of Schlinkhaus, but I also have some Lawson, and I also have some American Riesling. We'll see what we're in the mood for. And Rex Potenhoff, beer is brewed, sake too. As German, I'm 100% sure it was the first one. Actually, Rex, you are correct with beer. Sake is a little more complicated than that. There is an ongoing debate if sake really is properly wine or properly beer, because it is both brewed and fermented. Making sake is a two-step process. It begins with a brewing process, followed by a fermentation. But that's Sake 101. And if you're really interested, we'll go deeper into that. But I want to finish this so I can get to my Patreon rewards. And Luke Knapp, is Basement Con in the same place as last year? I don't know. I didn't go last year. In fact, I don't even know where the hell it is this year. They haven't got back to me. I don't even know if I'm actually invited or not, but I'm going to go. Yes, Gunsmith reminds me, there was more to the gas control valve story. It was basically an Arkansas clusterfuck of attempting to get the thing delivered. Nom nom. Yes, it's in the United States. That's like saying Eurofurence is somewhere in Europe. You can't miss it. Yeah, right. And why is there suddenly a little red light? When you are streaming, you don't like seeing little red lights. It's not explaining why. Okay, if you all can still see me, I'm not going to bother with the little red light. And Foxel says Europe is just around the corner. That's what everybody in Great Britain says these days. Okay. Autumn Sciomancy, you ever just forget something you needed to do and just kind of sit there trying to remember? That's called life, my dear fellow. Absolutely. It's like I was going to do something. What the hell was it? Everybody does that. And Rex says, I'll spend you next year a bottle of wine at EF and we can talk about Sake 101. It is a deal. We'll do it. And Luke says, you had Steve Galacci as a guest at AC. Given how significant his art was, does he believe he started the fandom? I actually don't know. I don't feel that he presumes to have started the fandom. In reality, his art did begin. It was the first thing that people who began to call themselves furries focused on. Steve is a modest guy, though, so he's not going to strut around and say, I started the fandom. Although, effectively, he did. The original furries called themselves the Galachi Gang. And Foxel says, does the old furry art carry over to the new stuff? Foxel, I understand what those words mean individually, but I'm not 100% sure what you're trying to ask. Maybe you might want to clarify that a little bit. Tech Priest Horizon, I never actually saw MacGyver. I always thought it was silly. I mean, I remember somebody saying he took a magnesium frame bicycle and made a blowtorch out of it. No, science doesn't work like that. Autumn Sciomancy, the first seed that started the flower garden known as the fandom. It was also Steve Galachi, as I remember, who gave me some words of wisdom after I got the smackdown from Larry Niven, that dickweed. Steve said to me, Larry tends to forget that we are the scum upon which those precious lilies precariously float. Foxel says, does the old stuff have the same feel as the new art? It depends on the artist. A lot of the original furry art was, I don't really, unpolished is what it was. Other than some of the extreme high-end professionals who were making furry comics, people like Vicky Wyman, a lot of the art was crude. It was unpolished. It looked, from today's viewpoint, it looked a little amateurish, but that's only because the art form has matured. It's sort of, when you look back at medieval manuscripts, the way the artwork was then, kind of very minimalist, almost stick figure-esque, and then you compare that to the Renaissance art, that's kind of how it progressed with furry art. Yum, yum. Yep. And Gunsmith says there's a documentary for the furry. There are several documentaries for the furry fandom. Some of them I believe are better than others. That little red light is still on, but apparently I'm still streaming, so I don't care. So, while I'm finishing this up, since I did mention that we are a Patreon-supported stream, and should you want to go to Patreon, it is Uncle Kage is the Patreon name. And I suppose at this point I'd say, don't forget to like and subscribe. You know, I don't freaking care. You don't have to like, you don't have to subscribe. I don't monetize the channel, so who the hell cares? But I do get support from my amazing Patreon patrons, and I thank you very much. In no particular order other than quasi-alphabetical, we have Silver the Viking Oranges, Volpes, Tom Fox, who I had not seen for a while. Tom, where are you? David Hunter, Furry Trainer, Jack of the Circle, Mama T, Nikolai Tiger, Onyx Flame, Rick Hale, San, Silent Dawn, Silver Foxwolf, Silver Gato, Montez, Cat Magic Jag, Bentley Shepherd, Botunros, a.k.a. Aaron Herolafru, Cecilion Check the Shep, It Might Be Done, Dunkel Pfote, Flatfax, Fluffy Cobalt, Atheist, Kaharia Worgen, MacLabin, Martin Spankenberg, McLovin Main, Merlin, Scorch McCall, Mutterwolf, Paul Crazy, Q the Dane, Rex Puttenhoff, Rusty Rover, Sasha Whiteford, The Dragon Show, all of them, Ash, Volvaka, and Yakisoba. Thank you all so terribly much. It is through your support that I am able to buy these wonderful, nice cameras and these big studio lights and the incredible wine that I am able to enjoy every month. Let's see. Hallo, Steel Gear. It's good to see you, Steel. Ich habe eine deutsche Wein here. Deutsche Wein. Yeah. It's Schinkenhaus. Yeah. Steel Gear is fantastic. If you have not had a chance to meet him, I suggest you meet him. He is the absolute salt of the earth. He is one of the horseiest horses I have ever met. Yakisoba, you need to change your name to Aikisoba. Then you could be first. And yes, they're talking about documentaries. I do believe that The Fandom by Ash Coyote is the best documentary that's been made. Although that documentary makes me look so fucking fat. It makes me look like I weigh 200 pounds. Other than that, yeah, I guess it's all right. Nom nom. And Foxel has just said IKEA sober. I don't know what IKEA sober means, but it sounds very, very deep. What is IKEA sober? And Yakisoba, I was about to say, Yakisoba, I like my name. Luke Knapp, favorite furry comic. That's a minefield. There's so many good furry comics out there. I am very fond of Kevin and Kel. I've been a long-time reader. I love Doc Rat. I loved A Domain of Our Own. Those are I would say those are my top three. There are other furry comics out there that I enjoy, but they are so numerous, I just couldn't list them all right here. Let's see. And Tiptoe the Rat says, I don't think... Careful, Tiptoe. I know where you live. Gunsmith says, any new stories you're allowed to tell? Probably. I can't think of them right now. I suspect... Oh, right. Yes, I do have a news story. Some of you who follow my Twitters, this is something of a mystery. All right, I want everybody to listen, and I want you to work with me here. I want you to listen carefully to how this story unfolds. When we were coming back from Eurofurence, we had a somewhat convoluted trip back. We were going from Berlin to Newark, New Jersey, Newark to Washington, Washington to Raleigh. United, don't ask me. We flew from Berlin to Newark, and we had my dear and sainted mom with us. It was myself, Ronnie, and Mom. And there was a wheelchair waiting for us because Mom has a little bit of trouble walking through very, very huge airports. We asked them to take us to the United Club because we had about 2 hours to our next flight. So we went to the United Club, and a full hour before the next flight, I went to the front of the counter, and I said, we're going to need a wheelchair for the young lady over there to get to our next flight. And 10 minutes went by, and there was still no wheelchair, and I asked the lady, could you check again? We're going to be boarding in 20 minutes. I'd like to get down to the gate. 10 minutes later, there was still no wheelchair. So I said to the lady, I'm getting a little bit nervous. Where is that wheelchair? And she said, I've called them 3 times. I said, please, could you call again? We were getting very close to boarding time. Now, those of you who have flown recently, you know that because the airlines have imposed baggage fees, everybody wants to carry their bags on. But an aircraft can only carry between 30 and 50 bags in the overhead bins. If you don't get boarded early, you're not going to have room for your bags. So we had some carry-ons. So I said to Ronnie and Mom, okay, give me all of the carry-ons. I will go down there because I get to board with group 1. I will put our bags up top. Ronnie, as soon as the wheelchair gets here, you bring Mom down. So I boarded. I put all the bags up top. And I was waiting and waiting. They were boarding people. We were 15 minutes from takeoff time. That's getting close to the time when they closed the door. I was starting to get frantic. Finally, I saw Mom and Ronnie get on the plane. And I relaxed. And I said to them, what the hell? And Ronnie said the wheelchair never showed up. They realized that time was wasting, so they tried to walk. They were walking as fast as they could. Ronnie spotted a boarding chair. It's one of those little narrow wheelchairs they use to get people down the aisles. And there was nobody guarding it, so he commandeered it, threw Mom into it, and just raced her to the gate. Bless him for that. Well, while the plane was waiting to take off, I did what any red-blooded American will do. I got onto Twitter. I'm going to bitch on Twitter because I'm mad about it. I'm going to bitch. I'm going to so bitch. I'm on Twitter. If you are at Newark Airport and you need a wheelchair, be prepared to miss your flight. Guess I showed them. Yeah. Well, they closed the boarding door and they called for cell phones to be put into airplane mode, and I went to put mine in airplane mode. I noticed there was a reply to my tweet. It was from Newark Airport saying, we're sorry you had that experience. Tell us where and when it happened. So I said, United Club at C-127, no wheelchair to C-105. We tried over the course of more than half an hour. The chair never came. Bing, send, airplane mode, flying to Washington. We got to D.C., and there was a wheelchair waiting for us at D.C., and I took my phone out of airplane mode, and as we were making our way to the next destination, it rang. Nobody's freaking allowed to call me, and it said United Airlines. Hello? Yes? And it was an agent from United Airlines saying, we understand that you had an issue with mobility assistance. We're very, very sorry about that. Would you accept a $100 flight credit for us saying we're sorry? I said, absolutely, yes. If you're willing to offer that olive branch, I shall certainly take it. So I thanked her. And when we got to the next gate, I was number 3 for upgrades. Ronnie and Mom were number 5 and 6. They upgraded Mom to first class ahead of everybody else, which I thought was really very nice. But as we got into the air, I started thinking, all I did was make a tweet. Somehow, from that tweet, they were able to deduce not only who I am, but who Mom is. And they called me and they upgraded her. And I'm still... Ronnie said it might be the power of the blue check on Twitter, or it might be your SMD card with United. But still, how the hell did they know who I was from a Twitter account? Nom nom. Nolan says that's a little spooky. That's a lot spooky, Nolan. Sully says, somewhere in a dystopian future, a camera drone follows Uncle Kage. It's red, on-air light flickering life whenever is implanted, blood alcohol, sense pings. I still don't know what that little red light is that came on, now that you mention it, Sully. Now I'm starting to get very, very, very nervous. Time to change the subject. We are going to go now to the drawing cam, which all of you know in Philadelphian means camera. I say camera, but it's a drawing cam. I don't know why. So we're going to switch to the drawing portion of the stream, if you can call it that. And I'm going to bring this up, and I'm going to bring this up, so I can still see what is going on. I'm going to move this over here. By the way, if you are Patreon patrons and you've got the link and you have not yet put in your drawing request, you still have time. Go right ahead. Now, I am not going to be able to see the channel when I go to the drawing cam. So if you're going to say anything to me, you're going to have to wait. So here we go. We're going to switch to the drawing cam. There's the drawing cam. And here is the stone I keep talking about, which currently has no bottle in it. We are going to put a bottle in that, and it does tend to sweat, which is why it's on a towel there. Oh, dear me. Okay, all right. So first, we are going, I still have a little bit of wine left, as you can see. Nom, nom. All right. So, Nikolai asks me to draw. Now, by the way, he asks me to draw. That doesn't mean it's going to look like what you ask for. Actually, I got to move the microphone over to here. Okay. This is for Nikolai. Nikolai says, a picture of the long brother bringing the hurricane. Actually, that's a bit of culture. There are the Asian cultures believe that there are dragons, longs, who control the weather. So this one was what we call a swirly long, because it was swirling, right? Oops, I just clicked the wrong program. Let me turn that shit off. Okay. So a swirly long, they're very circular, right? So the body kind of does this, and they've got these weird puffy tails, right? And the bulk of the body is very, very, very snaky, kind of, and then they've got like little trogdor legs, kind of like this, right? So it's swirly, so it's very, very circular. Let's draw more of that puffy tail that they've got there, right? And then, well, you have to understand this particular long's name was Ian, so it is obviously a Scottish long. So we're going to draw a Scottish long. First off, we need to have the huge, wild Scottish beard, right? And then the Scottish nose kind of on top, and then the mustache over that. And the we have to have the Scottish tam o'shanter, right? And big bushy, and it's tartan, so it's got to look like that. Okay, so this is Ian Long. I would draw him playing some bagpipes, but I don't know how to draw bagpipes. We could draw a kilt here, but it's an adult stream, so he is naked. So yes, this was the swirly long that tried to screw up North Carolina, but didn't. So thank you so very much for your amazing support, Nikolai. Okay, we're going to put this here. Furry trainer, for whom in the past I have often drawn hand turkeys, and is now asking me to draw a hand fish. I can do that. We're going to draw a hand fish. Hand turkey you draw like this, but if we're going to draw a hand fish, we're going to do this, right? Yeah, and it's going to look like that, and like that, and like that, and like this. Now we're going to go back this way, right? And this is not just a hand fish. This is a piranha. So put this up there. So this is for furry trainer. And Uncle Kyle, we had to have the fin over here. So that is a handfish piranha for furry trainer. Thank you very much. Yep. Now we got Silver Fox Wolf. Silver Fox Wolf. And I have to picture him with that posh accent. Ronnie keeps telling me that noodles are friends and not food. This confuses a werewolf. Noodles are food to gnome. Okay, first off, we must draw the posh werewolf. So first we've got werewolves have like these boxy muzzles, and they've got floof on either side of them like this, right? Yeah. But him being a very, very posh werewolf, he's got his bowler hat. Got to have your bowler hat over here, yeah, and his ears sticking out from under it. And being very, very posh, he's got his gentleman's suit on. Yep, it's a double-breasted suit, as you can see. Yep. And he's trying to figure out, because on one hand, he's got a... On one hand, he's got a plate of noodles. Yeah. And on the other hand, he's got a noodle dragon, which, as we said, are like swirly longs, and they kind of have like Scottish faces over here. Yep. With their tam o' shanters. Yeah. So he's trying to figure out which noodle is friend and which is food. So there we are. That is for the posh Silver Fox Wolf. All right. David Hunter is saying, Uncle Kage looking sad at raisins that did not get turned into wine. So we will draw Uncle Kage. Now, those of you who have seen Uncle Kage been drawn before know that all you have to do is draw a potato-shaped head, put ears on it, give it that astroturf hair. There you go. But he is very sad today. But he is also dressed very, very posh because it's Uncle Kage. He's got his best tie on, you know, and his lab coat. Yep. And he is holding this bunch of shriveled up raisins, which did not become grapes. And he is saying, the saddest words of mice and men. It might have been. Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter, for all your support and your patience with the artwork. Okay, Silent Dawn. Draw me sitting on your tumor cat shelf, swatting all the bottles off. Well, that's easy. First, we'll draw. This is for Silent Dawn. First, we have to draw the bookshelf, right? And here is the shelf where the tumor cats are. And on it, we have the tiger with that testicle-shaped face of his, because tigers have testicle faces, right? But they're always happy to be swatting shit off of shelves. And he's got stripes, right? Yep. And that's the shelf that he's sitting on. And he's reaching out with one paw and swatting all of the tumor cats, which have now gone down here. And because he has done that, he now becomes the new tumor cat. That will teach you not to swat my bottles off the shelf, you bad tiger. I hope you have learned a lesson tonight. Okay, Silver Gatoman says, a kangaroo on a trampoline. Wow, okay. We are going to, this is going to be Silver Gatoman. First off, we're going to need a trampoline. Trampolines tend to be large, round things like this, right? And they've got like these springs that connect. You know how that is, right? You know, the springy things. This is how I draw springs. If you don't like springs drawn this way, you can get somebody else's Winestream. And there's a kangaroo. Kangaroos have like very, very long feet like this. And there's another one back here. Thing is, this, and they have long tails that kind of do that. This particular kangaroo is jumping, and kangaroos tend to jump very high when you add the actual additive power here. This, the strength of this, we're going to call this X, and we're going to call the kangaroo's jumping power alpha. We're going to have acceleration due to gravity G over here. The height to which the kangaroo is going to jump is actually going to be the cube times the bouncy power of the thing divided by acceleration due to gravity, which is a number so large I don't have enough paper to draw it there. So there you can see. So we're going. Thank you very much. It's physics. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. That's just how nature works. So I'm going to go grab another bottle. Pardon me, real fast. I'll keep talking. I think the microphone will still pick me up. We'll have to see about that. Let's see. What do I have? Let's try some of this shit. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. You know, I never did check to make sure I had the microphone programmed for this particular thing. I really hope I did. That would be very embarrassing. Thank you to all the amazing Patreon patrons for your incredible support. I hope you like that crap that was not art, but it now is yours. So, we have gotten another bottle of wine. This one actually was given to me. I think this was an Apricot wine. I apologize, I can't remember who gave it to me, but if you're here, this is a Colorado wine. This comes from a winery known as The Winery from Holy Cross Abbey, meaning I'm going to burst into flame the moment I open this because I'm a goddamn heathen. But this is a Colorado Riesling from Canyon City, Colorado. So we're going to give it a try, shall we? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take the foil off. Don't need that. I have Gunsmith. I didn't get your opener because this is the first one that I saw in the drawer. So we're going to insert the worm into the cork. Here we go. I know this must look very, very strange on camera. Maybe I should hold this up where you can see it. Okay, yep. Okay, there we go. Now, we're going to have to back off a little bit because I put the worm in a little too far. There we go. Okay, there we are. Very first thing we do is we give the cork a bit of a sniff to make sure it doesn't have any musty aroma. Let's see how the wine is. So we have to finish this shit, don't we? Okay, out with the old, in with the new. So this is a Colorado Riesling. I've never had a Colorado Riesling before. I hope that I am still streaming because I don't see any more comments coming across the channel. Everything still seems to be okay over here. That little red light is still on, but all right. So, oh, there it goes. There it goes. It was just frozen on my end here. I'm still okay. So, Colorado Riesling. What year is this? It doesn't say. Okay, this could be very, very interesting. The thing is, it's not unusual to see a little bit of discoloration on the cork. I don't know if that's clear or not. No, it's too close to the camera. The question is that just a little discoloration or is that mold? Hard to tell. It doesn't smell mildewed. So let's see. It'll do. It's still very good. Oh, actually, very good. Nom, 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 nom. So yes, this is Colorado Riesling from Holy Cross Abbey. You get these Baptists and these neo-Christians here. So there's alcohol is against God. Excuse me, didn't Jesus himself turn water into wine for a party? Don't tell me Jesus is against wine. Okay. Mark Lauer says, you have such a well put together style of dress. Seriously? And presentation. And as someone preparing for a career in academia, I'd love some pointers. Okay, first off, don't give lectures while drunk. You won't get tenure doing that. Other than that, just let your passion for the material come out when you are discussing it. That's really all I can say. And Foxel says, can't some people just be fit chaste? I agree with whatever you said. Nom, nom. Luke Knapp, you've told us about how you've met Alkali. What about Boozy? Well, first off, you must know the story of the famed Boozy Badger. There was some drama in furry fandom. Now, I know that's going to be a shock to many of you that furry fandom can occasionally generate some drama, but it did happen once. There was a convention that was out west in an unnamed city that I shall simply call Denver. The person in charge, well, turned out to be an interesting sort of fellow. He wore many hats, one of which was the hat of a sovereign citizen. If you don't know what it is, look it up. And there was an issue that came up with a dealer, and this guy started to try to pull some sovereign citizen bullshit on the poor dealer. And this created a bit of a stir. the story was picked up by a young lawyer in Pennsylvania who ran basically a comedic chat site for legal professionals called lawyersandliquor.com. And it was fairly well known, as I understand, in the legal profession. And this fellow, the boozy barrister, he called himself, he picked up on the story and reported on it, describing the whole sovereign citizen movement and pointing out just how ridiculous this guy in Colorado had made himself look. And basically giving a good rundown of the legal aspects of this argument. And he said in the body of his posting, I really don't know anything about this furry thing, but it seems like a lot of harmless fun. I guess if I was one of them, I would be a badger. And then he went on with his argument. Well, this got spread around to the furries, who overnight started filling his mailbox with fan art of the boozy barrister as a badger. The next day, he posted in his Twitter account, "Who the hell are you people?" But then he started to investigate who the hell are these people. And it was not that long afterward that I found myself in the kitchen of the home of the now boozy badger and his spouse, significant otter, that is, QM, quotation marks. And we were having sake. And QM said something that was so absolutely magnificently beautiful. It encapsulated everything I have been wanting to say for years. QM is a very eloquent person. QM said, furry fandom is the community we never realized we had been looking for all of our lives. That was gorgeous. I had to write that down, and I did on my hand. Well, I asked the now boozy badger to come to Anthrocon, and I said, look, easiest place to find me, go to the fursuit parade lineup, tell the folks you're here to see the chairman, they'll take you to me. And I described this large, good old boy, Kentucky-looking fella. He was a Kentucky fella, turned out. Came in. As soon as I saw him with his tweed jacket, I knew right away, in his big mustache, I knew right away that he was a lawyer. On the other hand, he described meaning what he, how did he put it? An excitable little man who must have been standing next to me, because I don't remember who the hell else was there. Azzy-chan is here. Hello, Azzy-chan. Good to see you. Nom, 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 nom. And Luke Knapp says, so that's why he's called the boozy barrister. Barrister is a term, it is a specific legal term that is used to describe a legal professional primarily in the British Isles and the Commonwealth countries. Boozy could explain to you much more. Now, he has been on this stream, I believe, twice, as a matter of fact, and we need to get him back here, too. Nom, nom. Mr. Morningstar is saying, how are Oo and or Mom doing? Mom's here. You can ask her yourself. I'm doing fine. The hurricane pretty much did an end run around us. It did the same thing Florence did. It kind of brushed past us, and we got a little bit of wind, a little bit of rain. Nothing more than your average summer thunderstorm. Oh, Rakshasan. Good evening, Rakshasan. It's good to see you too. Damn, this is good shit. Oh, and by the way, those of you who got here late, this lovely glass was a gift from my downstairs neighbors, who are absolutely delightful, wonderful people. I did a favor for them. They had a bit of misfortune. I helped them with it, and they've been very grateful. I keep telling me, you don't need to give me presents, but they give me booze, so who am I to turn down their presents, right? Let's see what else is going on here. Luke Knapp, what was the backstory behind the Blair Anthrocon project video you made? That was just a little promo I did. I still have that hat in the other room. I was going to do a promo for Anthrocon. I didn't know what to do, so I thought I would do a Blair Witch thing. Why not? Foxel, any tips for getting sober quick? Have an emergency come up. It's happened to me on multiple occasions. I've been multiple sheets to the wind, totally enjoying myself. I've been Titus Andronicus, and shit happens, and my body, basically the adrenaline will just force all the alcohol out, just like that. I've been enjoying myself, partying, and heard a car crash outside. Gotta go. I was in Germany one year. This was when Eurofurence was in Magdeburg, in the eastern part of Germany. And it was Sunday, and I already had like 3 bottles in me. I was stumbling around, giggling, drooling on people. And one of the senior staff members from Eurofurence came up and said, "Oh, Uncle Kage, we have someone you need to talk to them." I was like, "Yeah, sure. What the? I ain't doing nothing else. Yeah. Where the hell is he?" And staggering, stumbling over my own 2 feet, they pulled me up to this little guy. I'm like, "Oh, hey, didn't see you down there. Don't get up." Oh, dude. That's a kick-ass mustache. It's not as good as Hitler's, but I love your mustache. I gotta get me one like that. And the Eurofurence staffer leaned over and whispered in my ear, "Das ist der Bürgermeister von Magdeburg. This is the mayor of Magdeburg." And right away, I was sober. Herr Bürgermeister, guten Morgen. Sprechen Sie English? He said, "Nein." I said, "Gut." So with the translator, we talked back and forth. Oh yes, I run one of these events in a large city, Pittsburgh, in the USA. You have to say Pittsburgh when you're over there. And when I was done, I grabbed the Eurofurence staffer and said, "Dude, what the hell were you thinking? I was completely drunk off my ass. Why did you ask me to talk to this guy?" And he said, "We couldn't tell the difference." Okay. Oh, the Rakshasan. You just reminded me of something. I just got back from Laramie, Wyoming. I attended Wyoming's first furry convention. It was tiny. It was out of the way, but they did a good job. They put a lot of heart and soul into it. You don't have to be Anthrocon your first year. They had 66 people, but they made it work. Everybody had fun. Everybody was happy. It was a success. My hat is off to the good folk who run Forever West in Laramie, Wyoming. And I am very grateful to them for inviting me to be their first guest of honor. While I was out there, I didn't realize that Laramie is more than 7,000 feet above sea level. When I was doing one of my panels, I was doing a private history of some campaigns that failed. And I was in front. Now, you guys know that when I am doing presentations, I get into it and I sometimes get very, excited and very, very mobile. I started to get very winded. And I was up front and I'm gasping for air. And it never occurred to me, dude, you're a flatlander. You're at high altitude. You need to take it easy. But it was later on that one of the staff members told me, in those parts, they actually sell to tourists canned oxygen. It's like a spray can that contains oxygen. They sell it and get it in flavors like grape, green apple, lemon. A can of oxygen so you can spray it and huff some oxygen. What incredible bullshit that is. But hey, you got to make your buck, right? Camping with ruffles. If you're talking to me, have you ever been banned from anywhere? Yes. There's no place that is actually officially banned me. I think that they think it might look bad. Oh, we can't ban Uncle Kage. But there are some conventions have made it absolutely crystal clear that I am not welcome there. And I don't go. I don't go to parties I'm not invited to. So it suits both of us well. They don't want me there. I don't go. Very, very easy. So the answer to the question is yes, but it's more a soft ban, a de facto ban. It's not an official, you may not come. It's just, we would rather you didn't. And, it's their house. They're right. I got no problem with it. Let's see. And Sully, yeah, if they find I'm bringing in Monster Energy, I might get banned from Germany. My God. Yeah, nobody told me that stuff is actually illegal to have Monster Nitrous. And this guy asked me to bring him some. So I stuffed my suitcase full of Monster Nitrous. And I said, why is it so hard for you to get? He said, oh, because it's illegal. Oh, well, thank you for telling me that. And Nook Knapp, is it going to be online? I honestly don't know. I've given that panel all of 3 times. I don't know if anybody has put it online or not. Let's see. Boy, these lights are getting bright. Oh, Mio is here. Hello, Mio. Tiptoe the Rat. Yeah, you might know what one of those cons is. In fact, I think we talked about it. I won't say it. Politically, no, don't ask. You can ask me privately, but I'm not going to discuss it publicly. Let's see. Oh, and Mio says they finally got Monster Nitrous there in Germany. Yep. Gunsmith says, didn't you make Boozy drunk to get him to become staff? No, he showed up drunk. That was easy. I just made him staff, and he did most of the work for me. I gotta pour more of this shit. Yes, this portion of the Winestream is brought to you by the Winery. Actually, at the Holy Cross Abbey, the Winery. This is a Colorado Riesling, which I was a little bit worried about because I didn't think Colorado was known for their Rieslings, but this is actually pretty good shit. I would share it with people, but nobody else is here. Oh, this portion of the stream is also brought to you by Galaxy Minstrels for all your chocolatey needs. I have to go back to the United Kingdom to refill my supply. Also very good. Gunsmith says lawyers are always drunk. Have you seen the kind of shit lawyers have to deal with? I don't blame them. Tiptoe is asking, I was about to ask if you like to eat anything when having wine. I prefer not to because I need the room for the wine. But candy's great. Kiddo's wife says, minstrels are just like M&Ms. Is that correct? Yes and no. They are like M&Ms in that they are candy enrobed chocolate drops. It is chocolate in a hard candy shell, but you can see it is a significantly sized chocolate drop. This is a U.S. quarter, and this is a minstrel. So you can see they are similar in size. The chocolate is absolutely higher quality than the milk chocolate you get in the USA. Nom, nom, nom. Luke Knapp says, are you a fan of South Park? I used to watch South Park. They've got very, very good humor, very cutting edge, but the style of humor for me gets old. It's hard to keep that kind of humor fresh. So I admire South Park. I have the highest respect for the creators. But it just got old for me. Fox, oh no, there is no mint in the minstrel. Just mince, no mint. Yeah. And I notice Drax is not here anymore. He's not saying anything because he'd be defending the minstrel, so he must have gone to bed. It would make sense because in the UK it is now midnight, so all good demons should be in bed at midnight. Dareka says, mint minstrels would be interesting, but they don't exist yet. We could write. They have a write and tell us what you think. Get in touch. The number in the UK, 0800-952-0077 or www.mars.co.uk/contact. Tell them we would like to see minstrels. Maybe they'll say yes. Look, Knapp, is there still a beer stain on your ceiling? No, we finally got rid of that. Num num. Let's see what else is going on here. Foxel says, how about some beer gummy? Now, are you saying to Gummy Bjorn, how about some beer? Or are you saying, how about some gummy candy made of beer? You need to do some capitalizing here, Foxel, so we know what you're talking about. Sky the Gun Fox. Excellent. I would love to do an Imperial German World War I persona, but I feel like it would be misinterpreted. Any thoughts or advice? Okay, Sky, I, for one, would love to see it. The Imperial German Army, World War I, with the Pickelhaube and the older uniform. Don't do it for two reasons. Number one, some idiot out there is not going to realize that there's a difference between the 1910s and the 1940s in Germany. Number two, there were still a significant number of atrocities that were committed by the Imperial German Army. And for some folks, for some cultures, there are still some lingering raw wounds. I don't recommend it. It would be cool, but I don't think it would be sufficiently cool to offset the howling you are going to hear over it. So it's not worth the trouble. Tech Priest Reason, what's the story behind the ceiling beer stain? That was when I had Silver the Viking here. We had gotten him some American beer. And I don't know what the hell happened, but when he opened it, the damn thing detonated and covered my ceiling with beer. I mean, it literally shot up and hit the ceiling, which is something furries are accustomed to in artwork, but this was beer. This was very different. Azi-chan, do you like Ritter sport bars? I like some of the Ritter sport bars, not all of them. I don't like additives to my chocolate. Maybe a little bit of crunchy rice, but I don't like raisins or big pieces of hazelnut or shit like that. I like my chocolate very unadulterated. Yeah. Incidentally, for those of you who are interested in World War I, curious about World War I, or maybe don't know shit about World War I, there is an incredible film that was made by none other than Peter Jackson, the man who gave us Meet the Feebles as well as The Lord of the Rings, called They Shall Not Grow Old. The film footage from World War I was taken on very, very primitive hand-cranked film cameras where they didn't really have any understanding of lighting, and the speed of the film was dependent on how fast the guy turned the crank. There was no sound. The film has deteriorated in some points that it's barely recognizable. Mr. Jackson, who is himself quite a student of the history of World War I, took a lot of the original footage and applied modern computer forensic film technology to it, speed corrected it, color corrected it, made it look like it was shot yesterday on a sound stage, then hired, first off, professional lip readers to interpret what was being said by the people in the film, and second, identifying where the various actors were from based on their uniforms, hired voice actors from that same region to do the voiceovers. In other words, he brought these old ghostly films back to life. If you have not seen They Shall Not Grow Old, I cannot recommend it enough. And Foxel says, in Flandern fields, or in English, in Flanders fields. In Flanders fields the poppies grow, between the crosses, row on row that mark our place, while in the sky the larks still bravely singing fly, scarce heard above the guns below. We are the dead. Scant days ago we lived, felt dawn, saw sunsets glow, loved and were loved, yet now we lie in Flanders fields. Take up the quarrel with the foe. To you, from fading hands we throw the torch. If you break faith with those who died, we shall not rest, although we lie in Flanders fields. Words written by a Canadian battlefield surgeon, actually, in World War I. Tiptoe the Rat, allow me to tell you a little story. Oh, hello, Tony. There is, in furry fandom, a gentleman whose name is Wolf. He goes back long enough in furry fandom that originally he was called Wolf because he was the only one. He was the first one in our fandom called Wolf. Wolf Kid. He is a furry artist and an old friend of mine. Wolf is Canadian by birth. when he was a young man, his grandfather, who he knew had fought in World War I, was getting on in years, so he thought he would take his grandpa to the History Museum in, I believe it was Montreal, one of those big Canadian cities where they speak French or shit like that. And he really wanted Grandpa to have fun. He wanted Grandpa to enjoy himself, but Grandpa just kind of, seemed like, yeah, right, whatever. Okay, yeah, it's a museum. That's nice. Can we go home now? And he was sort of dragging Grandpa from exhibit to exhibit, and they had an exhibit of aircraft from World War I. And Wolf was trotting on to the next exhibit, and he realized Grandpa wasn't with him. And he turned around. There was an old, I cannot recall from the story if it was a Newport or a Sopwith Camel. It was one of the two. Grandpa had kind of painfully gotten himself across the little chain into the exhibit and had his hands on the plane. And Wolf ran up at about the same time as the security guard came up and said, Sir, I'm going to have to... I forgot, this is kind of... Oh, hey, buddy, I'm sorry, you're going to have to get away from that plane there, eh? And Grandpa said, but this is my plane. And the security guard said, you mean you flew one of these in World War I? And Grandpa said, no, I flew this plane in World War I. And the security guard, according to Wolf, said, stay exactly where you are, don't move. And he ran off and came back with the museum director. And they sat Grandpa down with an old VHS video recorder, and they interviewed him right there next to the plane that he realized he had flown over the Western Front years before. That's cool shit. Nom nom. Let's see. And Tiptoe says, so many people looked at me to ask, what was it like back then in the fandom when we had one wolf? There was one fox tor. There was one cockroach. Well, I think there still is. There is, actually, you know what? Don't go away. I might be able to find some shit here. Hang on. This might take a moment. Talk among yourselves. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, buddy. Sorry. Okay, could not find it. Maybe I'll find it for the next stream. I have a t-shirt somewhere in my closet. This t-shirt was made by the folks who ran Furry back around 1992. They told everybody who was on Furry everybody get on Furry at a given time. We're going to take a picture of the list of names, and they printed this t-shirt with all the names on it. It is essentially a list of everybody in the furry fandom in 1992 on a t-shirt. There's maybe 100, maybe 110 names. That was the fandom back then. Enough that all of us could have our names printed on a t-shirt. I'll try to find it for the next stream. Nom nom. Yeah. Tony Ringtail says, I was one of the first raccoons. You may be right, Tony. I don't remember any raccoons ahead of you. I don't know if Rummage predated you or not. Nom nom. Yeah. Let's see. Foxel said, is the fandom better today? The fandom is bigger today. The fandom is different today. Is it better? That's a matter of opinion. And my opinion doesn't mean anything. There were some things that people liked better about the fandom when all the names fit on a t-shirt. But in those days, people were still losing their jobs, losing their homes, losing their volunteer positions if people found out they were furry. That doesn't really happen so much anymore. So was it better then or is it better now? You tell me. Guido's wife, if you had to choose one character from the Rocky Horror Picture Show that you relate to the most, which character would it be and why? Dr. Scott. Because, yeah, he's a scientist, and you suspect that he knows a hell of a lot more than he's letting on. Yeah, that's me. There's a lot of shit I don't talk about. Let's see. And Marek the Wolf 1475 says, I'm going to read this verbatim. I'm very wet. Due to my brilliant idea, I saw the eye. No stuck here with sat internet. Again, I know what those individual words mean, but put all together, I'm a little bit lost. Are you talking about the hurricane? If you are, then if you did something stupid, I'm glad you survived it. Let's see. Tech Priest Ryzen, my field of interest when it comes to history is the naval aspect. Tech Priest, sit down with Grandma Kage. A number of her uncles enlisted on the 8th of December of 1941 into the United States Navy. And they came back with some stories that will curdle your blood. One of my mother's uncles was on the deck of a vessel when it was hit by a kamikaze. He was blown into the water, knocked unconscious, and not found, I believe, for 2 or 3 days, and then taken to Pearl Harbor to recuperate. Meanwhile, the family at home got word that his vessel had gone down with all hands in shark-infested waters. It caused quite a stir. That was my Uncle Alex. He was basically my mom's Uncle Alex, but yeah, Uncle Alex. He still had his sea helmet, and I remember him showing me this helmet, which looked like a British pith helmet almost. It had a groove. It had a hole in the front and a groove inside because the piece of shrapnel had entered the front of the helmet and spun around inside. That's what knocked him out, just the force of this thing. Spun around inside the helmet enough to dig a groove into it. Fortunately, he was wearing his life vest, and that's what kept him afloat. Let's see. Foxel says, Wasn't there some guys who died at Pearl Harbor some weeks later while sunk in a ship? Foxel, I hope it wasn't some weeks later. You might be referring to the USS Oklahoma, which capsized. There were some men they simply could not get to, and they drowned. I don't care to think too much about what it must have been, trapped in an absolutely pitch-black flooded compartment with the water rising, hearing men tapping on the hull, hoping they'd get to you before the water rose, but they didn't. They got some of the men out of the Oklahoma, but not all of them. It damn well better not have been weeks. Sky the Gun Fox. One of his platoon mates had a great uncle in the Wehrmacht who was a sergeant, took part in Operation Valkyrie, and was executed. If you know what Operation Valkyrie was, that was an attempt by German officers to assassinate Adolf Hitler and bring an end to the war. They made movies about it. It would have been nice if it had worked. I still have I guess it's going to be a lasting regret. I was at a German rail station some years ago, and I saw a very, very old man who was missing a leg, who was hobbling by on crutches. And I really, really wanted to stop and talk to him. But how do you broach the subject? Excuse me, do you speak English? Nice leg that's not there. So, did one of my guys blow it off? I would have loved to have gotten his story. Nolan Wolf says, have you ever visited the Pacific Northwest? I go occasionally to Seattle. I have a very good friend there who lives in a home that has a view of Mount Rainier. He brings me out there to decompress and drink coffee. So, yes, I have been to the Pacific Northwest. I know the Seattle area intimately well. Oh, Gunsmith is off to bed. Good night. Let's see. Foxel says, that sounds like an American thing to say. Yeah, I'm an American. We are boorish. We are rude. We are dumb. But we do like to hear stories. Let's see. Oh, Tech Priest Ryzen, cool story. What ship did he serve on? It was the USS Natoma Bay is the last one I heard. He served at one point on the Princeton, at one point on Natoma Bay. You'll have to ask my mom. I do not recall which ship he was on when the kamikaze hit. And Luke Knapp, what was your first FurCon? Conference 3 in 1992, January was my first FurCon. And it was an eye-opener. I'd been to conventions before, but never a furry convention. This was an entirely new world. Nom, nom. Yeah. I need to look something up very quick. Rex Potenhoff mentions the only honorable officers on the Wehrmacht at that time. There's one other, I would argue, but I have to look up his name because I cannot recall. Here it is. That's it. I would argue that an honorable Wehrmacht officer was General Dietrich von Koltitz. Remember that name, von Koltitz. Not that he had cold tits, but Dietrich von Koltitz. He was the Wehrmacht's military governor of Paris in 1945. And the order came from Berlin: if the Allies get too close, you are to burn Paris to the ground. And von Koltitz was faced with a dilemma. If I do not obey this order, then my family is going to get killed. If I obey the order, I will be destroying the jewel of Western European civilization. He opted to ignore the order. There's an amazing film called Is Paris Burning, which I also highly recommend. It's the story of those final days and the agony of this German officer who had to make the decision: do I do what's right as a soldier, or do I do what's right as a human being? I'll just leave it at that. The movie, I think, speaks for itself. Yep. And Tiptoe the Rat, that was a different person. When you say the officer that was in Japan, he was not Wehrmacht. He was not even German Army. He was National Socialist Party. You're talking about John Rabe. He was a managing director at Siemens Electronics in Nanking in the 1930s. He witnessed the Japanese atrocities, and being German, he documented in infinite detail times, dates, names, made diagrams, took pictures. The best information, the best first-hand accounts we have of the rape of Nanking came from John Rabe. When he was recalled to Berlin in the late 1930s, he sent copies of all of his materials to the personal attention of Adolf Hitler with a note that said, "We as Germans and National Socialists cannot stand by and condone the extermination of a race of people." He'd been in China. He was a little out of touch. He was arrested by the Gestapo and put in jail. He spent the entire war in jail. When the war was over, he was released, but because he had been a high-ranking member of the Nazi Party, he couldn't get a job anywhere. He died in poverty, I believe, in 1951. The people of Nanking had given him, as a thank you gift, a statue of the Buddhist spirit of mercy, goddess of mercy, whatever. My understanding is Rabe was forced to trade that statue for a handful of potatoes in his last days to have enough to eat. Let's change the subject. Let's see. What's going on here? Luke Knapp, which year did you start bringing the lab coat? That was that first furry convention. I didn't know what to bring. I didn't know what to wear. I think I'll just grab my lab coat, and I wore the lab coat, and that sort of became my trademark, if you will. Yep. Let's see. What else did I miss here while I was telling the stories? Yeah, Tiptoe the Rat. The more I read about World War II, the more messed up it all seems. It was. World War II was a giant Arkansas clusterfuck, let's face it. What else is going on here? Trinity says, my bottle of wine is empty. Trinity, open another one. That's how you fix that. Yep. Mio, did you ever told us about how you heard about Furry the first time? It was in, I guess, the mid-1980s when I was with a D&D group outside of Philadelphia. One of the members showed me some drawings and said, these are what we call furry. And I looked and said, well, that's kind of interesting. That's the first I'd heard of it. And then in 1989, a couple of years later, I was at Worldcon. I saw a little fan table that said Furry Fandom. And I remembered what this guy had showed me. So I walked up and I saw more of the artwork and some of the stories. That was the first time I saw Stan Sakai's work. And I saw Jim Grote's Red Shetland, Stan Sakai's Usagi Yojimbo, and my mind just like a door that had been barred had just burst open all of a sudden. And I thought, this is astounding. I must have more. And that's really where it all began. Luke Knapp, do you like those hats with the feather? I do not. I cannot stand feathers in hats. I have lots of hats. I will not buy a hat that has a feather in it. If it's got the feather in it, I'll tell them, take the goddamn thing out. I think it looks tacky. I'm sorry. Tiptoe the Rat. I still have a few issues of Red Shetland. A few issues of Red Shetland. I thought you said with Red Shetland. Red Shetland was, and Equine the Uncivilized were among the first furry comics. Foxhole, is the story of Usagi still going on? Yes, it is still going on. In fact, I have a little present. Stan Sakai sent this to me. I think I've got the English version here somewhere. This is a Polish edition of an Usagi Yojimbo book that Stan wrote. And he drew this little thing in the inside for me here. I still love, this is in Polish, but the English translation says, for Dr. Sam Conway, Kampai, that is cheers, you little cockroach, you. Stan is a darling. He's like the big brother I never had. David Hunter asks a very good question. When was the last time you had to politely drink a beer? I was working for a company that had a laboratory in Aachen. As some of you might have heard, that was when I first found Kaltamushi. I was picked up by a colleague and at the Aachen plant, and the first thing we did was we went to lunch, and he asked very excitedly, would you like some beer? And I thought, okay, I don't want to be rude. So I said, I'm not really well versed in German beer. So he got me what he described as the finest German beer. And I drank it and pretended to like it. I don't like beer. Beer just does not agree with my palate. I'm sorry. Barley and malt and hops are not what I like. Let's see. Me over to me. I would love to meet up with Master Sakai once. I don't know if he does any conventions anymore. What I love about Stan has grown a beard. It's come in white, and he looks exactly like Mr. Miyagi now. So, but my understanding is he's still doing okay. Let's see. Marek the Wolf says, they're talking about the wind. The wind meter on the roof recorded 142 miles an hour before it got blown away. You see, that's what happens with with anemometers in storms. They record a wind speed, and then they get destroyed. So we can only say that That's the highest speed recorded. And you'll see that all throughout history. Highest recorded speed before the anemometer got blown off the roof. Yeah. Let's see. Luke Knapp, have you seen the TV show is producing? Samurai Rabbit. It is basically Space Usagi. Here's the thing. I love Stan. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him. I've seen the series. It is Space Usagi. I would prefer to see a series that is covering the classic medieval Japanese Usagi. The current series, it's for the next generation. It's not for my generation. Sully says, Steve Galacci posted on FA saying somebody new had found several copies of Albedo #2 in pretty good shape. Sully, I'm pretty sure I've got the full run of Albedo in my comic collection. Maybe I should go through it. Sky the Gunfox, hang on. Sky the Gunfox says, Kage, do you still have that 40mm training round that I gave you? Do you mean this, Sky? Yes, this is not a sex toy. This is apparently a training round for a 40mm grenade launcher. Now, Sky, I need to tell you, I had this sitting on the mantelpiece of my fireplace. But then I realized that mantelpiece gets very, very hot when the fire is on. So I've relocated it over here to the bookshelf. I don't have it on the mantelpiece anymore. Yeah. Let's see. Boy, a lot of stuff is going by here. And apparently I'm getting black walnuts tossed at me. Silent Dawn, please do not throw your nuts at me. Unless you mean it. Oh, Katie's here. Ladies, gentlemen, all and neither, please welcome my dear, darling, beloved niece, Katrina. Katie, wait a minute. Aren't you in, like, fucking Scotland or something right now? What are you doing up at this hour? Holy crap, it's got to be like the middle of the night there. Okay, she got up in the middle of the night, and I'm sure her husband's like, what the hell are you doing? She said, Uncle Sam is streaming. He's like, oh, gee, that drunken old fucking idiot. Why do you still encourage him? Because he's my uncle. Yeah, that's an accident of birth. Just come the fuck back to bed. The old guy will get drunk and pass out. He won't know you were here. I know how this conversation is going. It's all right. Nom, nom, nom. Let's see. Scotland is a wonderful, wonderful place. I just got back from there. I saw the Highlands. Their flag is here somewhere. Let's see, Scotland. Is that it? No. Okay, if you kind of hold it this way in negative, that's going to be Scotland, right? Yeah, pretend that's Scotland. Okay, that's pretty close, yeah. All right. Nom, nom. Okay, did everybody see it in here? It's the Netherlands are escaping. There's too goddamn many countries in this world. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Scotland, if only. All right. It would just, it's the... No, there it is. There. Found it. There you go. Yes. It's Scotland the brave, and Scotland is great, and Scotland is nice, and we've got all sorts of whiskey and bagpipes too. So come to Scotland, you'll like it. There, that's the national anthem. Play ball! Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Oh, all right. What else? We're going to keep this handy in case more singing needs to be done. Yes, yes, the Netherlands. The Netherlands are innocent of this crime. Yeah, all right. And Tiptoe is saying, Rowdy Roddy Piper in my head. Wasn't he from like New Jersey or something like that? Marek the Wolf. Oh, the Queen, Kage, what say you? I say rest in peace, madam. I really wish I could have had the opportunity to meet you. Because very, very few people in history can lay claim to having changed the world. Elizabeth did. Will Charles change the world? It remains to be seen. Yep. Foxel, anybody got Barrett's Privateers? That song takes goddamn 10 minutes to sing, for Christ's sake. Maybe later on. I don't know if I'll be opening a third bottle or not. Oh, by the way, Katie, I actually, this is a Colorado Riesling from a winery called The Winery. But it actually is pretty good shit as wines go. And looking up, hey, we don't claim Oz. No, wait a minute, I got Oz here. This is either Australia or the other one. I can never remember. Help me out. The other one I think has whatever. Oh, sorry. What's this one? Oh yeah, that one there. Okay, great. Oh, I was. I remember. I was visiting Fort McHenry in Maryland, and I was wearing a pair of khaki slacks and a khaki shirt just by happenstance. I guess I looked like a park ranger because people kept stopping me and asking me questions. Fortunately, I was able to answer the vast majority of them. I just answered them and let people go. The ones I couldn't answer, I said, you know, I don't actually know, but if you talk to the lady over there with the hat, who is actually a ranger, she might be able to answer that for you. Let's see. Dave Navius, are you gaining weight? Am I gaining weight? Well, okay, Dave, this is one of the shirts that I used to wear back when I was at my full weight. It now is, I got a lot of room in it. But if you're telling me I'm gaining weight, I feel very bad. That means I need to start losing weight. So, okay. All right. Nom. Let's see. And Tiptoe the Rat saying, soon Kage will legally be a beverage. I have no idea what that means. All right. Rocket Coyote says, liquid diet. I'm all for that. Cheers. Nolan Wolf, is there any kind of alcoholic drink that you wish you could enjoy, but you cannot? Actually, Nolan, yes. All of them. I love mixed drinks. I absolutely love hard liquor, but I don't drink hard liquor. There is only one night out of the year that I drink hard liquor, and that is the night of the 11th of September. Because in 2001, I didn't know what else to do. And that's how I observed that date. But every other night of the year, I stick to wine. It's just my thing. Yeah. And Keto's wife said, this is a family show. Yeah, you don't know my family. Okay, Tiptoe the Rat says, Tiptoe says, I need to lose weight. I'm back up to 220. Okay, now, Tiptoe, when I saw you, okay, if you say you need to lose weight, I'll take your word for it. But, dude, I would not kick you out on my bed for eating crackers. So much for this being a family show. Okay, all right. Adiak Rufus, where did you eat the best poutine you ever tasted? In Toronto, at the waterfront. That is the best poutine I ever tasted. I was sharing it with Ronnie. And Ronnie is never going to forgive me because we were supposed to be sharing it, but I was enjoying it. So I ate all the cheese curds. And Ronnie went to get his portion, and all that was left was the French fries, and he was very angry. So, okay. Dick Rufus says, you need to come to Quebec. Mais je ne parle pas français. Si je visite le Québec, je dois parler français. Mais tout le monde va connaître que vous êtes étranger. Oh, Tony Ringtail says, Laughin' says, hello. I'm going to guess you mean Laughin' Hyena, one of the original hyenas. Laughin', here's to you. Hello to you too, my fellow. Nom, nom, nom. Let's see. Camping with Ruffles. If you're ever in Rochester, I'll buy a garbage plate. Well, that's very generous of you. Let's move on, shall we? And Foxo says, did I hear Ringtail? Yes, Tony Ringtail, one of the original Ringtails of Furry Fandom, is right here. And Bit, yes, that smoky flavor you get in the poutine when Terminal 1 is fucking burning at Pearson Airport. Oh, God, that's one of my favorite long-term stories. Holy crap. And to Charles says, the Rochester garbage plate is famous. All I'm thinking of now is Garbage Pail Kids. Maybe you guys might want to narrow it down a little bit. Okay, here's the thing. Pearson Airport being on fire, that's one level of story. But Pearson Airport has surpassed that story just with their level of customer service. I wish Ronnie was here right now. He could tell you. Pearson has been a major professional fuck up in terms of customer service. Canceling flights, losing baggage, screwing shit up. It's to the point, if I have to fly to Canada, I will not fly Air Canada to Pearson. I will fly United Airlines, or I will fly to a nearby airport and drive in. Air Canada out of Pearson has become a singular Arkansas clusterfuck. Let's see. I'm going to sneeze. Thought I'd warn you about that. Yeah. Rocket Tikaide, I have wine brought back from Germany over 30 years ago. Is drinkable. Rocket, if it is red wine and it has been stored on its side so the cork is still moist, it is probably exquisite. If it has been stored upright and the cork is dried out, or if it is white wine, it is probably vinegar by now. Foxel, okay, Foxel, you might have to explain what the hell you're talking about. I saw you at the Reg line at EF with the swimsuit model. It was really nice. What the hell are you talking about? Kito's wife says, Kage, did you say the word moist? Do you mean moist? Moist. It's an amazing word, isn't it? Moist. One of my favorite lines from one of my favorite movies, The Imposters. The excitement of the chase has caused you to perspire. It has made me also moist. I'm going to sneeze again. I'll do it over here. Pardon me. Yep. Nom nom nom. To draw and dressed to your liking with spicy mustard, chopped onions, and our signature. What's that got to do with moist? Okay, was anybody watching the stream when I opened that bottle of, oh my God, the shit that made me puke? What the hell was that? That was I think it was a Chianti, wasn't it? The stuff that had turned brown and had the floating things in it. If I remember, there was a bribe. I think there was a charity bribe involved, but I actually took a swig of it, and like 3 minutes later, it came right back up into the goddamn. Yeah, I'm not going to do that again, by the way. Yes, it was death in a formed glass. Luke Knapp, do you remember who the first red panda was? I do not. We didn't have a lot of exotic species in the early days. Actually, that particular wine, if you remember, I have an optical microscope here sitting on my shelf. I actually looked at it and I didn't see any squigglies, but that doesn't mean they weren't there. It's almost 8 o'clock. Holy shit, I've been at this crap 3 hours. Dude, why do you people hang out here, for God's sake? It's an old man drinking. Foxwell, can you show us some bacteria? Absolutely. Just look very, very closely in this glass. There are bacteria there. Mio Van Me, the worst drink you ever had of the Winestream. The bum wine, the durian stuff, or the cucumber sake. None of the above. Mio, it would have to be that Chianti, because the fact that my body purged it within minutes. Yeah, I was not in my best mind. My better judgment would have told me not to drink that shit. Yeah. Yeah, Keto says Keto's wife is sitting a few feet from another old guy drinking. Well, whatever you're into, whatever turns you. Oh, Dave Nevis, holy fuck, I forgot the oak leaf wine that Da Amor gave me. How could I forget that shit? Fox Amor's Da gave me a bottle of Scottish wine made from oak leaves. It basically tasted like compost because it was compost. God damn it. Oh, dear. Tony Ringtail has been in the hospital. I'm sorry, my boy. Your health is taking a turn. I had to stop driving to the... Well, Tony, I'm very, very sorry to hear that. Has your doctor told you not to drink alcohol? Join me if he didn't. Or she, I apologize. Now, I want to point out, my physician, who is not Dr. K, Dr. K is retired. My physician, my current physician, who is Doc Brown, told me not to take my medications with alcohol. So I don't. I take them with water, and then I drink the alcohol. So, Tony, I need to teach you how to interpret what your doctor says. So, where were we? All right. T'Challa says, does your doc have a DeLorean? Considering what the fuck he charges me, he goddamn better well. Num num. Sully says, we hang out with you because you're fun, perhaps attractive after a drink. Well, thank you very much for that. I understand. We were talking about Stan Sakai earlier. Stan told me, I like to put your Winestreams on as background noise when I'm working. I'll take that as a compliment. Okay, yep. Let's see. Now, the big question for the night is, am I going to open a third bottle? Oh, crap. Yeah, one bill so far is, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, welcome to America. All you folks in Europe and elsewhere, yay. Okay, I'm going to state right now, I hope I don't come down with any horrible dread disease, but if I do, I am not going to have it treated. Because I'm a realist. I'm a scientist. I'm a natural philosopher. All right? If nature wants to kill me, it's going to kill me. If the alternative is to pay some guy all of my savings, give him my house to extend my life another 18 months, now fuck that shit. I'm not interested. I've had my fun. Let's change the subject. All right, there we go. Oh, shit got quiet all of a sudden. No, give us some shit. If I am going to open another bottle, it's going to be a bottle of Dr. Lawson. I don't know if Mama T is still here, but Dr. Lawson is exquisite shit. I wish I had some of that cabinet that she's got, but I don't. It's all down at Mom's house because Mom kept it all. Luke Knapp, is it true you were the suitor for Tony Ringtail? That is not true. I was the suitor for Chester Ringtail. Big difference. Now, Rex Potenhoff says, move to Germany, no worries about being better. I'm going to follow up with what I just said. I'm not interested in giving away all of my savings on medical care. However, the good folks in Brazil Fur Fest told me if I need critical medical care, they would put me up on their sofas down in Brazil and allow me to take advantage of the medical system in Brazil, which is willing to treat foreigners. So that's an option. Let's hope I never have to take them up on it. And T'Challa says, how about the story about Chester and Grandma Kage? We're going to have to wait for Grandma Kage to go to bed before we tell that story. And Tony Ringtail says, I could never have Kage and say, no, Tony, I'm sorry, dude, you couldn't handle it. You would need a lot of preparation. It's just how it is. Okay. Foxel, anyone got some tips on how to get sober quickly? Have Eurofern staff tell you that the person you're talking to is the mayor of the city. You'll sober up fast. Tiptoe the rat. It's one of the reasons I race cars. By the way, Tiptoe, did I ever tell you that both my father and my uncle used to be stock car racers? I think I might have told you, but when we were having the discussion, I might have been 9 or 10 sheets to the wind. Refresh my memory. And now people are talking about the various German Rieslings. Tony Ringtail says you have to get into politics. No, Tony. I don't want the job. And that's the problem with politics. It's the exact same with security at conventions. The people who want the job are not the people you want in the job. Oh my gosh. When Colin Powell was still alive, people asked him if he wanted to run for president, and he said, no, I don't want the job. We should have drafted him into the position because he would have been the finest president this country ever saw. Why? Because he didn't want to be president. All right, what's going on here? Tiptoe the rat. I did not. Tiptoe, my uncle was Roger Richter. He used to drive midget cars at Grandview Speedway in Pennsylvania. My father was his pit boss in the early 1960s up into the 1970s. You can look it up if you want to. But I can pull up a photo. This is for Tiptoe, because Tiptoe is into racing. And this is a picture I bring up when people ask me, so are you sure your mom wasn't like screwing around with the milkman or whatever the fuck, I don't know. This photo was taken in 1965. That is the president of the American Stock Car Association, and that is Samuel Conway. That's my dad. With a trophy. I still remember that trophy in the attic of the house. He got that for stock car racing, whatever the hell, blah, blah, blah. But again, okay, if there's any question that, Mom was sleeping with the milkman, I think we can put it to bed. Because Mom put this picture on the kitchen table, and I came home from work to have dinner with Mom and Dad, and I saw this picture. I'm like, where the hell was this taken? I don't remember this. Where the hell was I? And Mom said, you were at home with the babysitter. This picture was taken in 1965. And Dave Neves says, I'm sorry, they're not midget cars, they're vertically challenged cars. They're little people cars. I apologize. Oh, Lucky is here. I can't forget when you tried to sing the national anthem at the Dream Party. Whose national anthem? I know lots of them, Lucky. You're going to have to narrow that down. Oops. I just dropped my mouse. Hang on. I might have just disconnected the stream. I hope I didn't. No, I think we're still here. There we go. All right. But all of a sudden, it's over there for whatever reason. Okay. And Sully, to summarize the summary, anybody's capable against the major student. Actually, yes, that's correct. And Keto Dragon Fox says, Kage is Doctor Who. No, I am not. I was taught chemistry by Doctor Who. And I can prove that. Hang on. My mentor for organic chemistry, my first mentor, was Ron Hess at Ursinus College. And the last picture taken of Ron Hess proved that he was a Time Lord. There it is. Excuse me just a moment. I'm going to pull this up. By the way, Dr. Hess has gone the way of all things. He's the man who taught me how to use parafilm. Every organic chemist will always have a soft spot in his heart for the person who taught him or her to use parafilm. I have here a picture of Ron Hess. I'm going to embigify it best I can on my cellular device. Let me get back to the thing so I can see what the hell I'm doing here. All right. You guys tell me that I was not taught chemistry by a Time Lord. Look at that man. That is a Gallifreyan if ever there was one. That is the late Professor Ron Hess, Ursinus College. God rest his soul. My mentor, my friend, my inspiration. Let me refill this shit here. There we go. Oh, and Mom says the correct term is winged super sport stock car. Thanks, Mom. It's not a midget car. It's a winged super sport stock car. Thanks. Yes. Okay. We now have the politically correct term. Dr. Hess regenerated. He probably did. So yes. Oh, Tony Ringtail. Oh, Tony's talking to Mom. Mom, you remember Tony? Tony, Mom, Tony. You guys talk. Great. Have your fun. Yeah. And Keto's wife says, can you gift the whole chat with the cockroach dancey video thing? Keto's wife, do you mean this?
Gokiburi, gokiburi, gokiburi taiso. Gokiburi, gokiburi, gokiburi taiso. Gokiburi, gokiburi, gokiburi taiso.
There you go. That was just for Keto's wife. Foxel says, anyone up to commit crime? Not publicly, Foxel, absolutely. I might not need to open another bottle. Could 2 bottles have been enough? Maybe I should have had dinner. I should have. Yeah, I really should have had dinner. Yeah. Now, here's a question. Katie, did you ever meet Dr. Hess? Because my sister Cindy, Katie's mom, was a student of Dr. Hess, as was her father. Dr. Hess was the professor and the inspiration for much of this family. He was an amazing man. He was on my committee for my PhD thesis. We were invited to bring along an outside member to the PhD thesis, and I brought in Dr. Hess because this is the man that taught me organic chemistry. I felt that this would be the perfect person to put me to the test, to prove to him that I had learned what he had taught me. I like to think that I did. I sometimes think of that song, The Leader of the Band. And I sometimes feel that way. I am the living legacy to the leader of the band. Dr. Hess showed me what science meant, because Dr. Hess once held up a beaker and said, "There is nothing that can compare to the feeling of holding up the product you worked on and saying, 'I got it. I have just created a substance that has never before existed in the universe, and I made it.'" That was the magic of chemistry for me, and Dr. Hess taught that to me. To Misc Cockroach Calisthenics. Here we go.
ゴキブリゴキブリゴキブリ体操ゴキブリゴキブリゴキブリ体操ゴキブリゴキブリゴキブリ体操ゴキブリ
And there we go. And Tiptoe the Rat. Actually, Tiptoe, I'm going to borrow something from the maestro, because we're talking chemistry. I'm going to borrow something from Victor Borge. My uncle was a chemist, and he was an inventor. Back in the middle part of the 20th century, he invented a soft drink. He called it 4-Up, but it wasn't very popular. So he reformulated, added a little bit of sugar, increased the carbonation, and he reissued it and called it 5-Up. But people still didn't like it, so he recalled all the bottles. He added a little more sugar. He retooled everything, completely redid it all, released it, and called it 6-Up. But people still didn't like it, so he gave up and he died brokenhearted. Little did he know how close he came. Sorry, that was Victor Borge. I just stole his joke. There you go. And Lazo Furry says, if you said anything during the cockroach dancing scene, no one hears it. I know that. I used that to make sure my zipper was closed. I'm going to move the microphone over here because I notice it's right in the middle. I can't see what shit are talking. That's why I couldn't see what your people are saying. Marek the Wolf says, I had to fill my generator. Marek, please, for the love of God and all that is holy, tell me you turned the generator off before you refueled it. Please, God, tell me you did. Because I've seen a lot of shit. Okay, I'm going to wait for Marek's answer right now. Thank you. I'm sorry, Marek. I don't mean to insult. Of course you did. But like I said, I've seen a lot of shit. I just want to make sure. Okay. Ah. Bit, did you have a chance to leaf through that bad science book? I went through about a quarter of it on the plane. I am going to take it with me when I go to San Antonio. That's going to be this Thursday. That's going to be my stuff to read on the plane. The remaining 75% of it. But thank you very much for gifting it to me. It is a scream. Yep. I have, in my experience, I have had to get up in the middle of the night and refill a generator. And I will confess, the temptation has been very strong. Let's just leave it running and refill it. But a lot of people have died pouring gasoline into a running generator. Don't do that. Yep. So I'm going to close this background window because I don't think we need it anymore. There we are. Good night, Dr. Hess. I'm going to brag. I'm going to brag a little bit. Those of you who are in the field of science will be impressed. The rest of you will be completely underwhelmed and don't have the faintest idea what we're talking about. But I can trace my academic pedigree, by which I mean I got my PhD under Gordon Gribble from Dartmouth College. Dr. Gribble got his PhD, blah, blah. I can trace my academic pedigree back to Justus Liebig. And anybody out there who studies chemistry will be all like, wow, everybody else is like, who? So we'll just leave it at that. All right, there you go. Sky says, would you happen to have charcoal, sulfur, and potassium nitrate on hand? I'm not going to answer that question, Sky, because you already know the answer. By the way, Sky, the new Friday hangout place is in Cary. It is Bull City Cider Works on Chatham Street in Cary. Now, I'm going to be out of town the next 3 weeks, but the last weekend of October, that's where I shall be. If you're available with the other soldier boys, bring them on out. BitBit says, any saltpeter? No. At my age, the last thing you need is saltpeter in your diet, believe me. That damn little red dot is still on. I think King Charles is spying on me. That makes as much sense as these stupid motherfuckers who were getting out there saying that Hurricane Ian was a deep state plot to embarrass the state of Florida. You know, the whole beauty of the internet originally was that it gave everybody the chance to be heard, everybody the chance to have a voice. But there are people out there who need to have their throats cut electronically. I want to state for the record, Hurricane Ian was not a deep state plot to embarrass the governor of Florida. The fact that I have to say this causes me agita. What's going on in the channel here? Well, let's see. Kurotoshi, you may or may not remember me from EF. I will try to convince the guys from the Swiss Con to come next month. Kurotoshi-san, I don't remember the name. I apologize. A lot happens at EF, and I'm usually drunk the entire time. But if we got a chance to hang out, I'm glad that we did, and I hope we can do it again at a time when I would remember it. Let's look forward to that. What? Yes, BitBit says the governor of Florida needs no help in embarrassing himself. Yes. Okay. Kurotoshi points something out. Yes, I was quite drunk at the bar. I was in VR chat the other day, and I ran across a user from Europe who said, Uncle Kage, I couldn't find you at Eurofurence. Okay. All right, guys. All right. I hope this doesn't come across as hubris. I hope it doesn't sound conceited, but I'm the most visible fucking thing at Eurofurence. I could be found at one specific exact seat at the bar 6 hours out of any given day. And don't ever fucking tell me that you can't find me at a convention, because there's about 7 or 8 people at Eurofurence I really don't want to deal with, and I ran into them 9 or 10 times a day. So don't tell me that you had trouble finding me. Oof. All right, sorry. Have you considered doing another furry history panel? Actually, I believe at one of the conventions upcoming, it's either Furry in Guadalajara or in San Antonio, Alamo City Furry Invasion. I am doing a furry history panel. We can do that. We can talk about that, yeah. Bit, I'm very, very sorry. You will enjoy Be Whiskered. They do a great job. I'm not going to be there because Be Whiskered is on the same weekend as Furry. I'm going to be in Mexico the same weekend as Be Whiskered. I encourage you to go. I encourage you to have fun, because the Triangle Furs here in North Carolina, they put on an excellent show. They're an incredibly dedicated, talented group of convention organizers. You will have a grand old time. I just won't be there. But please enjoy yourself at Be Whiskered. I'll be there next year, I hope. Dave Navius says, what about the time you camouflaged, in quotes, camouflaged yourself at a Canadian FurCon? I think I might be able to find a picture of that too. It was the very, very first year that I went to, what the hell is it called? Fernal Equinox in Toronto. Ronnie said, would you like to go to Fernal Equinox? I said, yeah, but since I'm not here performing, I'm not being Uncle Kage here, I'm going to go in disguise. And he said, how do you intend to disguise yourself, everybody will recognize you. I said, not if I disguise myself as a local. So this is how I went to Fernal Equinox that first year. And it worked. Nobody recognized me. I was like a ghost. I was moving among the crowd invisible and having a grand old time. The only downside was when behind me I would hear somebody say, "It's a good thing that fucking douchebag Uncle Kage is in here." I'm like, keep walking, just keep walking, keep walking. Yeah, I was a total hoser. Sky says, when I do get out of the army, I'd love to come on the stream and talk freely about what it's like to be in the army. I'll tell you what, Sky, you get yourself out of the army. I'll have you on the stream. You have to promise not to get drunk the way I've seen you get drunk. And you have to promise to keep it intellectual and academic until it's time not to be intellectual and academic. I'll tell you when that time is. But you had to bring that friend of yours because he's pretty hot, so make sure he comes too. All right? Okay, did I just say, I meant to just say that to Sky. Did I say that? I think I said that to everybody. I meant that just to go to Sky, so just forget you heard that. Okay, what else is going on in channel right now? Voxel, isn't the army 80% furry? I wish it was, because that would solve a hell of a lot of the world's problems. Katie says that was out loud. Okay, refresh your minds. Rewind. We'll fix it in post. Okay, that's the Oh, Rakshasan is off. Rakshasan, good to see you tonight. Oh, nom. Maybe I should bring up a photo. I've been bringing up lots of photos. Okay. We're talking about army, military, blah, blah, blah. People tend to think of furry as being a very, very modern invention. And it is, by name. By name, it is a very, very modern thing. But furries have been around for a long time. I had the exquisite joy, honor to visit Normandy back in 2009. Now, I very, very much hope I do not have to explain to people here that Normandy was an incredibly historic spot in World War II. I stood on those beaches. I saw the gun emplacements that are still there. I walked in the footsteps of my own forebears, and I could hear in my mind the thunder from those many years past. But in one of the gun emplacements, a German gun emplacement that is still there these many years later, I saw something I can imagine a young Wehrmacht soldier. He's stationed in France. He's got a position on the beach in France. They're pouring this concrete to form his gun emplacement. So what did he do? He took his finger and he drew in the concrete. That soldier is now gone, dead in dust. I very much hope that he survived the war. I hope that he met a nice person. I hope he had a family. I hope that he was happy. I hope that he lived to a ripe old age. And I hope that he told his grandkids the story. But that soldier, with his finger, drew this in. Let's see if I can get it where you can see it here without too much. Yeah, okay, let's get it back here. Maybe you can see it here. Basically, there was a German Gideon in that gun emplacement, and he drew this horse with that giant schlong in the concrete that was freshly poured in his gun emplacement back in 1943. Yes. So there were furries before there were furries. Oh, Tiptoe, I've told that story. I never showed you that photo, did I? Okay, here's the thing. Let's take ourselves back in time. The Wehrmacht, oh, they're evil. They're horrible monsters. They're the bad guys. This was a kid. He might have been 19, 20 years old. The government told him, you have to do this. He probably didn't even want to go. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Nobody knows. But they took him away from his family, from his hearth, from his mom, from his dad, from his girlfriend, from his wife, from his boyfriend, who knows. They shipped him off to this far-off land where his job was to stare at the English Channel day in, day out, watching the water. And when they poured the concrete, he drew what was in his mind. I really, really hope he survived. Because in those days, who's to say? He didn't sign his work. It doesn't say Gideon, November 1943. Maybe he was even the one who, sitting there looking out with his binoculars like he had every single night for fucking God knows how long. And then for the first time, he saw the outline of ships. 1, 2, 10, 50, 100. Holy mother of God. There's a giant fucking armada. He got on the radio. Craig, there are 1,000 ships coming across the channel. And the stupid son of a bitch in Berlin said, that's ridiculous. They don't have that many ships. And he said, well, then you come out here and count them. That's a historic fact, that exchange. Okay. The glass is done. The bottle is done. We're 4.5 hours in. Question is, do we continue or do we call it a night? Oh, wait, I have a text. Is the text saying you're done? Oh, no, it's from Bea. I have to answer this text. Bea is saying, are we leaving here at 9 tomorrow because we're going to the Hangover Diner tomorrow. And I'm saying, sí, because Bea is from Mexico. She is from Chihuahua. I should have Bea on the show tonight. Bea is a drop-dead, gorgeous, magnificently beautiful Mexican senorita. I really should have her on the show next time. I think I will. Mom, remind me, have Bea on the show next time. Yeah. Anyway. Mark Lauer. Okay. DeCharles says you should call it a night. Here's the thing. When a friend says you should call it a night, I call it a night. And DeCharles says I should call it a night. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna wind the stream down, but I'm not going to open another bottle. Thank you to Charles, because Charles is trying to tell me something. Okay. Luke Knapp, have you ever considered to do a charity wine stream where donations equal more time to the stream? Actually, I have not tried that yet, but it is definitely an idea. Mark Lauer, what's your favorite comeback that you've heard in person and or best of all time? There are thousands of them, Mark. I would have to think about that. I have heard some incredible comebacks. One of the best right now that's going on in my native state of Pennsylvania, where there is a heated campaign going on between Mehmet Oz, my old nemesis, and somebody who is an actual human being, Dr. Oz. I'm going to take that back. Mehmet Oz, because I refuse to refer to that man as doctor because he is a fucking mountebank. Mehmet Oz was trying to speak ill of his opponent, and he said, he kicks authority in the balls. And he just gave his opponent the perfect campaign slogan. I kick authority in the balls. Yeah. Yeah, spit, Dr. Oz. Mehmet and I go back a long way. Some of you have seen my science, pseudoscience, and outright crap presentation, where I have taken my buddy Memmy to task. He does not deserve the title of doctor. That should have been revoked a long time ago. I will not even consider that man to be on par with me as an academic, because he is a charlatan. He is a fraud. He is a phony. He is a faker. He is a mountebank. I can't think of any other words. Let me bring up thesaurus.com to describe my opinions of Mehmet Oz. Kiddo's wife says I look like just the people in the Smile movie. I don't think I do. Sorry, where were we? Marek says, I was wondering how you think of Oz. Marek, I actually have formalized on my science channel, Samuel Conway, PhD, on YouTube. You will find science, pseudoscience, and outright crap. I take Dr. Oz to task. He has never answered me. But Mehmet Oz is a piece of human excrement. And I would state that absolutely without any regrets whatsoever. Mehmet, you want to sue me? You want to take me to task for this drunken old bald furry guy? He's causing me agita. You know what? Fucking go ahead. I would go head to head with you in a proper scientific debate any day, you piece of shit. Next question. Oh, is Citrine here? Oh, Citrine is here. Hello. Citrine says, who is my favorite band or musical performer? My favorite band or musical performer is Citrine Husky. He and his retinue are some of the most amazing that I have ever experienced. I highly recommend anyone who is watching this stream and or performance should watch Citrine Husky, and you should support them at address fill in. If anybody could fill in the address for Citrine Husky, God damn it! Yay! Citrine, what's your Patreon? I didn't write it down. But this was not rehearsed. This was not prearranged in any way, shape, or form. This is all very spur of the moment, very much off the cusp. Citrine is an old friend of mine, and I very much want to support their YouTube and or Patreon. Citrine, put it in the channel. Oh shit, where is it? Citrine, yes, Citrine Husky on YouTube or Patreon or OnlyFans or the address is coming up in the channel at any moment. It's coming. Any second now. Yeah, it's right here. It's gonna be. Dude, no, not it's. All right. Hang on. How did my caps lock get turned on? Husky OnlyFans. No. There it is. What? You have a not safe word? Oh, no, that's it. Sorry. Different citrine. Never mind. Sorry. Do not go to... Never mind. Psst, dude, I need your address. It's getting there. Anyway, Citrine is going to post in the channel the address for support that you should go to for supporting. Right. Next question. Oh, wait. Sully says only me or... Oh, I can't put... That's right. Citrine cannot post links. I'll fix this. Hang on. Let me fix this. There it is. Citrine Husky Patreon. I don't think this is the same Citrine. That's definitely not the Citrine I know. Oh, wait. You have to go to not OnlyFans. What's that other thing? What's that music thing where people post music? Help me out here. The music. Okay, young people, you know this shit. Bandcamp, that's it. Citrine, you're on Bandcamp, right? Yeah. I don't think that's it either. There's a lot of dicks on that. Citrine, what is your Bandcamp account? Help us out here. Or SoundCloud, or Napster, or whatever. Anyway, whatever Citrine says in the thing, that's where we're going to go. Yes, that's how it works. I'm sorry, Citrine. I had the shit written down. I was expecting you earlier in the evening. Just go with it. Okay. Now we'll set the joke aside. I've had my fun. Citrine is actually one of my oldest friends in the fandom, one of the most talented furry musicians out there. Please send your support Citrine's way. They're going to put it in the shit here. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah. But nothing's coming up. Dude, you just have to. And here's the thing. Citrine doesn't see as well as you or I do. And in my career, I have poked a little bit of good-natured, light-hearted fun at Citrine, and since we are friends, we can do that. I'm not the one that labeled Citrine Mr. Magoo. That was somebody else. I want to make sure you all know that. Yeah. I'm still frantically looking through. I know it was written down here somewhere, and I fucking lost it. Oh, wait, I have a text. I hope this is not one of those texts saying, dude, you're fucking done. You need to go to bed. No, it's Bea saying, yes, tomorrow, perfecta, we're going to have breakfast tomorrow. United Airlines says, choose your in-flight meal. Should we choose my in-flight meal today? What is United Airlines offering me to eat? Let's see. All right. Okay, view our meal selections. Let's see what we have. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Choose your in-flight meal. Selection not available. Select your meal. Okay. Mediterranean feel awful bowl. Vegetarian Chilean polenta cake. Za'atar chicken. Impossible meatball bowl or brioche cheeseburger. Okay, show of hands. Do I want the Mediterranean feel awful bowl? Do I want the vegetarian Chilean polenta cake? Do I want the za'atar chicken, whatever the fuck that is? Do I want the impossible meatball bowl or do I want the brioche cheeseburger? I'll give you guys about 30 seconds to think about it. The only thing that has actual meat in it is apparently the za'atar chicken. I don't have the foggiest fucking... Oh, the brioche cheeseburger might have meat in it. It's got bistro sauce. Whatever the fuck bistro sauce is. The za'atar chicken comes with spinach, roasted peppers, and orzo. Sure. The rat wants the cheese. Sully wants the impossible meatballs. Kit Fox says keto, says da burger. Ace says the cheeseburger. Dave Nevia says the impossible meatball. Chili for sure. Za'atar chicken. A Royale. You know what? We're going to go for the za'atar chicken. Because I didn't even know what the fuck it is. Let's find out. We're going to find out. I'll take a picture on the flight and I'll post it. This is what the goddamn za'atar chicken is. So, yay. Thank you, United Airlines. Voltage the Wolf says, yo, from Philly old timer. Okay, Voltage, let me tell you something. What I'm going to do for dinner on Monday. Yo, I found there's a grocery store locally sells Amoroso's rolls. I bought some Amoroso's rolls. The local supermarket sold shaved beef, and I bought some provolone. Monday at Grandma Kage's, yo, we're going to be having cheesesteaks. Grandma Kage is going to make cheesesteaks Monday night. Yo, we're going to have cheesesteaks with fried onions and provolone. I'll take some pictures. We're going to show it. You guys are going to see it. Yeah. You're going to like this shit. Yeah. And Marek says there's a flamingo in my kitchen. At least it ain't a cottonmouth. Sure, great. We'll go with that. Yeah. All right. It is coming up at 9 o'clock. I am going to take the subtle, friendly recommendation of one of my oldest friends in the world, to Chaw. I'm not going to open another bottle of wine. We're going to have to wind this down somehow. I'm going to wind it down by having at least one more handful of Galaxy Minstrels for all your chocolatey needs. This portion of the Winestream is brought to you by Galaxy Minstrels. For all your Galaxy meals. All right. Hang on. We got a heathen in the channel. Dave Nivius, I make my own sauce for cheesesteaks. 50-50 cheddar and jack, made with sodium citrate. No, Dave. It's provolone or whiz. That's all there is. None of this 50-50 cheddar jack citrate bullshit. Provolone or whiz, and that's all. And you have to say that's all because in Philly there is no TH. Mm. 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 Marek says Kage should do a cooking stream. I could do a cooking stream. The question is, what should I make? Cheesesteaks? Alkali stole my jambalaya recipe, so I can't do that. I can make Schuylkill Valley style beefaroni like Ms. Allen taught me. Katie knows Ms. Allen. Could do that. Yeah, Voltage got it. Look, man, whiz or provolone, there's no in between. No. Ace, you can make scrapple and finally tell people what's in it. No. We do not talk about what's in scrapple. However, when I was in Scotland, I had haggis. I was at first reluctant to have the haggis. But then I realized haggis is basically scrapple. And then I had no problem eating it. We do not talk about what's in scrapple. Period. Full stop. We do not discuss what's in scrapple or haggis. Oh, Ace says, I'm from Pittsburgh, and that's not a cheesesteak. That's trash. Do it right. Yeah, you're right there. Kit Fox says, how about a series where Kage makes his own wine or cider? Would people pay extra for that? Could make it happen. Camping with Ruffles. No, we don't. Okay. Even in Philly, you don't eat scabs. Mia by me. Is it allowed to use both cheeses at the same time? 9. S is for Bolton. You have provolone or whiz or nuttin. Again, in Philly, you don't have a TH. You have a T. A nuttin. Oh, Tiptoe the Rat is going to go work out. That's fine. Get yourself all swole. Off you go, Rat. Thank you very much for coming tonight. Yeah, Ruffles, you're thinking of black pudding. We don't eat scabs where I come from. It's just not going to happen. Sorry. Yeah, none of the above. Not going to happen. All right, okay. T'Chall said I should not open any more wine. But T'Chall, I have some hard cider in a small bottle. Do you think I could finish the stream with that small bottle? It's 125 milliliters of hard cider. Nobody else is allowed to answer. I am directing this question to one of my oldest friends, Dave. Do you think that I could finish the stream with one bottle of hard cider, or should I just wrap it up where I am now? We're going to see what he says. Show me the bottle. He's a good scientist. I'll be right back, folks. Pardon me. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean I'll throw the Australian flag back there. All right. Okay. Dave, we got, okay, it is Bold Rock Hard Cider, and I bought it specifically because when you get to be my age, it had the lowest calorie count of the hard ciders they had there. This one is, can you see, 4.7% alcohol, and the volume is 355 milliliters. So it's a small bottle. We are, I probably, if it says yes, it'd be great, but I'm going to have to get back up to get the bottle opener. Jesus. So we're going to wait to see what T'Challa says. I can remember T'Challa sitting next to me at a table trying to push Apricon like 25 goddamn years ago. Jesus Christ. And he was one of the only folks willing to sit there with me. That is why he was one of my oldest darling friends, because I'm trying to get this little tiny convention off the ground. And he sat there with me for hours. Just like, hey, you want to come to Anthrocon? And people are like, no, fuck you. You're an old guy. We don't like you. Yeah, it was a California con, and we're just gonna leave it at that, right? Yeah. Well, excuse me. I seem to have lost Ferragus. Hang on. Yes. Yes, he is a worm so slack that he fell off of my table. We'll put him this way. Okay, how's that? Right, there we go. All right. Okay, so T'Challa, we are going to leave the fate of the stream up to you. What do you say? Yeah, looking up. California Con, definitely a stereotype. It was years ago. It was a different world. T'Challa says yes. I'm so glad he said yes. So, give me a second here. That didn't work so well. Give me a second. Pardon me. Pro tip, when you're opening a bottle, hold it with all of your fingers. Don't try to hold it with 2 fingers, because that shit doesn't work so good. Ready? All the fingers. There we go. So yes, this is Bold Rock Hard Cider, 4.7% absolute alcohol volume. Crisp and refreshing, Granny Smith, whatever. The important part is it only has 144 calories. So here's the deal. This will round out the stream tonight. When this little bottle is done, we shall consider the stream done for the night. Are we all agreed? Just so I do not look like a total bubba, I'm going to pour it into this wonderful glass that my downstairs neighbors gave me as a gift, because they are wonderful, remarkable, lovely people. Scout the Otter. Uncle Kage, what's your favorite liquor? Just so when I meet you, I can use some. Okay, Scout, it is sake. But please do not buy me sake without going to my Uncle Kage YouTube channel and looking up Sake Basics for Americans. You will need to watch that before you buy me anything. Yes. Let's see. Sully says, we don't need another pants wine. Sully, I'm not 100% sure what you're talking about. What are you talking about? T'Challa says, it's been such a pleasure to be friends with you all the years. T'Challa, I will throw that right back at you. It has been a pleasure and an honor to be friends with you all these years, and I'm looking forward to continue doing it for an equal number of years in the future. It was T'Challa, as a matter of fact. invited me to a Broadway premiere some years ago of a show called 6 Dance Lessons in 6 Weeks. And it was a wonderful, remarkable show. He was one of the patrons of the show. It starred some little-known actor. What was his name? Mark Hamill, something like that. But it was an incredible show, and it was an incredible honor to be invited along to that premiere. It's one of my favorite memories to have watched 6 Dance Lessons in 6 Weeks with you, my dear friend. And Kurotoshi says, are you okay with Swiss Riesling? Swiss Riesling is usually called Müller Thurgau, but yes, I am okay with it. Marek the Wolf says, you should talk Japanese knives in your cooking stream. In Japan, the hand can split wood, but it doesn't work with a tomato. Introducing the Ginsu knife. No, I'm not going to do that. Mio Van Me, I wonder if Kage has ever measured the volume of a bottle and claimed that it wasn't exactly the claimed amount. All the time, Mio. Yeah. Much Wolf Guru is answering Scout. Yes. You get me a bottle of Dasai Beyond. I have been searching. It's a bucket list thing. I want to try Dasai Beyond before I die. I don't think I ever will. It's like $800 a bottle. If you happen to have some, I'll happily join you. Oh, Hill Husky Sharpcoat is here. Hello, Hill Husky Sharpcoat. You got enough name for 2 furries there, but it's good to see you. Yeah. Let's see. What else is going on? And Bit, yes, Mosel Valley Riesling from Germany. Yes, that's usually what I go after. Oh, Kurotoshi, I live in Thurgau, which is where Müller Thurgau is from. We'll come to EF again. Kurotoshi, the greatest barman in Europe, André Opitz, introduced me to Müller Thurgau, which is a vintage you cannot get here in the United States. They just do not import it. Next year at EF, if you could bring some Müller Thurgau, I will fucking give you a blowjob. I promise. And Nolan, yes, Dasai, the translation is Otter Festival. So yes, Dasai is the Otter Festival. Yeah. And yes, people are talking about this. This is the slackworm. This is Ferragus, a worm so slack he can only be called slackworm. You can look it up, slackworm, W-Y-R-M. This young Australian cartoonist tried a bunch of different things, and then he hit on slackworm, and he hit a home run. This is... I relate to Ferragus. Ferragus would rather sit at home and just watch the entire world destroy itself and then just roll around gleefully in the remnants. I can relate. Mutterwolf Guru, what is Uncle Kage's favorite bear? My favorite bear is Zacharias Bear. You would have to go to Ursinus College in Pennsylvania. Their mascot is a bear because the college is named for a German reformer from the Reformation, Zacharias Bear. He wrote the Heidelberg Catechism and a bunch of erotic poetry back in the 14th century. In Latin, his Latinized form of the name is Zacharias Ursinus, hence the name of the college, Zacharias Bear. When I was young, the then president of the college, Richard Richter, had an old woodcut of the old Reformation master Zacharias Bear from Heidelberg in his office. And underneath that was a quote. Now, I might be one of the only people who remembers this because Dr. Richter is now gone the way of all things. And I don't know if his art collection is still there. But he had this woodcut, and underneath it was written the words of Zacharias Ursinus. Friend, whoever you are who came here, either transact your business quickly and go away or help me in my labors. I saw that quote in 1985, and that have been the words that I have lived by ever since. Friend, whoever you are who came here, either transact your business quickly and go away or help me in my labors. Zacharias Ursinus, author of the Heidelberg Catechism, somewhere in the 1500s. Peter Schulze is going to bed. Good night, Peter. Marek the Wolf says there's this place in Pittsburgh called Fox Chapel. I don't know that's where all the furries are. We drove past Fox Chapel on our way to Pittsburgh. It's north of Pittsburgh. All the furries basically live downtown because Pittsburgh's a furry city. Azi-chan, when you're coming back down here, we missed you if you went to Megaplex this year. It's a complicated question. Send me an email. We'll talk about it. Yeah. And Hill Husky says, love the fluffs. These are all my fluffs. We have Fergus. I'm going to put Fergus over here without falling. All right, just hold Fergus here. We have Bonbon. This is the mascot of Brazil Fur Fest. We have Neon Cthulhu. This was he was made for me by one of my dearest friends in the chemistry field. This is not a furry thing. A scientist friend made this from. This came from Tan Quinn Lee. We have Pickles the dragon. We have Cerberus. And we have stand-in Ronnie here. Nom nom. Luke Knapp, are you planning to use Caipiranha more? Luke Knapp, I have been given an invitation to Brazil Fur Fest 2023. I shall be there with the Caipiranha lab coat, which only shows up at Brazil Fur Fest. So yes, I shall be there. Oh, T'Challa, it's heavy. Good night, T'Challa, my dear old boy. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Nom nom. Yeah, and Ace will make sure I don't cheat, T'Challa. When this glass is done, the stream is done. Yep. And Captain Geronimo Klaus says, Das hat Spaß gemacht. Gute Nacht, Prost. I shall say Gute Nacht, Prost also. Scout the Otto says, is Kubota Manju Junmai Daiginjo Sake okay? Scout, I am going to have to do some research at this point. So let's see what you just said. Let's go back to this shit. Scout says, okay, first off, Kubota is a good name, but this is a complicated question. It's not a question of simply, is the label good? Let me look up this sake. Did I mean Kubota Manju yeah, whatever the fuck. Yeah. Okay, Niigata Prefecture, that's good. Rice is Gohyaku Mangoku, which is also good. So far I'm seeing good shit. Rice, holy fuck, rice polishing ratio 33%. That's very, very good. Now, here is the important thing. When was the sake put in the bottle? It is an exquisite sake. It is an excellent sake. But it must not have been in the bottle more than 18 months. You must find the bottling date on the label. I cannot help you with that. You're going to have to find that on your own. Citrine says, do you plan on attending Midwest Fur Fest? Citrine, I could not get a room, so hashtag no MFF. I'm sorry. Sully says, I bought German sake from Lidl, would not recommend. Yeah, that's a war crime. Yes, no, I'm sorry. Don't do that. Yes. Okay, Scout says, I was given this. Scout, somewhere on the label there is going to be a date. That date, send me a picture of the label. UncleKage01@gmail.com. There's going to be a stamp on it that shows the bottling date. The bottling date might show the year followed by the month. It might only show two numbers separated by a period, like 3.9. I can decode that shit for you. Send it to me. I will tell you if this works. Pardon me. What's so important about 3.9? That is the bottling date in the imperial calendar. That is in the 9th month of Reiwa. That is basically September of 2021. If you see anything 2 dot or 1 dot on the bottle, no, it's shit. Throw it away. Okay, Silent Dawn says secret sake. It's not even secret. You have to understand how the Japanese will stamp the date. Sometimes they'll stamp the date in the Western style, which is the year followed by the month. So it might be 22.3. That is March of 2022. Or they'll use the imperial calendar. The new emperor ascended the throne in 2019. That became 1 Reiwa. If you see 2 dot something, that's 2020. 3 dot something, that is 2021. I would prefer it say 4 dot something because sake is intended to be consumed young. Scout says, do you have a Telegram Okay, Scout, I'm Uncle Kage, right? Just think Uncle Kage 01 at gmail.com. It's in the header of my Twitter, twatter, twit. And the thing is, Google made me make it 01. I want an Uncle Kage at Gmail, and Google's like, you can't have that. I'm like, well, fuck you, Google. You were supposed to be not evil. All right, let's. Oh, and Maddox says, I had the Dasai 23. I have 2 bottles of Dasai 23 in the refrigerator. One of them is going with me to Alamo City Furry Invasion. If you're going to ACFI, speak now or forever hold your peace. I have 1 bottle of Dasai 23, which is the finest sake I can find in North Carolina. Silent Dawn is trolling me, says, my show Chikubai doesn't have the secret code. You know why? Because that show Chikubai fell out of your ass. That's why it doesn't have it. Luke Knapp, do you still have your Conference 3 lab coat? No, I do not, Luke. I sold that at a charity auction, I think in 2002. My original Conference 3 lab coat is owned by somebody somewhere. Hill Husky. Hill Husky. Wish they brought back Convergence in Melbourne. You know what, Hill Husky? I did too. Convergence was run by one of the most darling, remarkable people in the fandom I have ever met. He was earnest. He was well-meaning. He was a dreamer, but he was not a businessman. So yes, Convergence is no longer existing in Melbourne, not for want of desire. Convergence is no longer there because someone tried too hard. And he tried too hard for the fandom. And I'm going to hold Fergus next to me, and I'm going to state this for the record. Convergence is not there because someone wanted so much to do something for the fandom. He overextended his limits. He had such an amazing, wonderful, incredible, unparalleled vision for what we could do together for furry fandom. But his assets simply did not match up with his vision. So if you'd like to restart Convergence, contact me. We can make it happen. But you better have really big fucking Australian balls to make this shit happen. We'll talk. Ah. Bit, yes. The candle burned too bright. Now, the crew is still there. Melbourne has the fixings. It just needs someone to pick up the pieces. If you think you're that person, contact me and we'll talk. Maybe we'll make it happen. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that to come across as sinister as it looked. Yeah. Scout the Otter. No. Scout, this was not a rainforest situation. This was something very, very different. Luke. Luke says you were at conference 3. Do you remember Omaha Sternberg? Yes, I do. Omaha was an absolutely delightful lady. We had some interaction. Contact me privately. Bip, was Convergence the one with the snake under the stairs? Yes, the tiger snake under the stairs going down to the Yarra River. That was Convergence, yes. Okay, Convergence, Midfur, they were the same convention. Midfur began as Melbourne in December. But then when they had to move to January, then they became Convergence. Okay, the chat got very, very quiet. How many people are watching? 4? Are there 4 people watching? I'm seeing 4 people watching. Holy shit. Whatever. And people are talking about Furry. Okay, Furry Down Under. It's in Queensland. It's a different convention. They never invited me. If they don't invite me, I don't go. I don't go to parties I'm not invited to. Scout says, do you remember Chozu Goat at Brazil Fur Fest? Scout, my memory of Brazil Fur Fest is very spotty. I only remember like flashes of memory, like snapshots, like brief moments of history. I remember like one of the Brazil Fur Fest staff members under this arm and a hotel security person under this arm taking me to my room. It's little things like that. I don't have a lot of... I know I had the time of my life, but specific memories are very fuzzy. And Bitbit says, taking the tilt train through the outback wouldn't be a nice side trip for Fairdew. It doesn't matter. They'd have to invite me. They don't pay scientists like they used to, for Christ's sake. I will tell you one thing. See Farragus here? This is on my bucket list. Farragus was invented by Joshua Wright, an Australian comic artist and cartoonist. I think he hit an absolute home run with Slackworm. I don't know if he would ever watch one of his fans' Winestreams, or if for whatever the hell reason he'd be watching this. But you know what? I'm going to say it right here and now. Mate, Mr. Wright, down there in Australia. You ever find yourself in North Carolina? I'll give you a drink and a blowjob. Because I'm a fan. I think that's how they say it down there. So yeah, I am a huge fan of Josh Wright and Slackworm. And if I ever get the opportunity to buy that man a drink, I am going to do it. Silent Dawn says, is he still selling them? He basically comes up with the plushies. He makes like 700 or 800 of them and sells them in limited batches, which is very, very wise. But I got mine. Here. They like their ivory scratched, right? Yeah. So yeah, that's the bottom line. If Josh Wright were to ever show up here in the States, I would buy him a drink and give him a blowjob. That's just, I state that unequivocally as a long-standing fan, because he has created one of the most endearing, and slackest characters I ever met in my born days. You know, I never watch these Winestreams for obvious reasons. I'll embarrass myself. Maybe when this one gets published, I'll screen cap this and send it to him and see what he does. I might have to give a blowjob, but you know what? I've done that before. I mean, I've done worse. I've done worse. All right, what are people talking about? Marek says, I gotta buy land in PA, then house. How's the snow in Pittsburgh? Is it like Lake of... No. The answer is no. Yes, that's the honest answer is no. All right, okay. Ace says that bottle should be about empty. Okay, I made a deal with T'Challa when we had like this little bottle of cider on the outside. When this is done, we're done. Okay, right. Kiddo's wife says, Kage define worse. Imagine all of the molecules of your body imploding together at the speed of light. That's worse, yes. Luke and App, why don't performers like watching their performance? Okay, first off, Luke, I'm humiliated by this shit. I don't watch this. And why do performers watch their performances? Because an artist is the artist's worst critic. I don't watch my performances because I'll watch the performance and say, oh, I fucked that up. I missed that cue. Because I will look at the performance from the eye of a critic. I'll be looking at it saying, I should have done this. I should not have done this. I did this wrong. Because I'm the director. The audience may not see any issues, but I will. That's why I don't watch my performances. Hill Husky. Is it too late for me to enter the furry fandom as I'm 60? I'm always questioning myself. Hill Husky, I don't know if she's still here. Grandma Kage is 86 years old. She was furry before there was a name for it. My late father was furry before there was a name for it. They spent their 50th wedding anniversary at Eurofurence. There's no age cutoff. There's no, you must be this young. Furry fandom has been around for tens of thousands of years. It's only in the last 30 years we had a name for it. Why would you deny yourself the pleasure of this incredible army of dreamers who are all waiting for you with open arms, waiting to embrace you and say, welcome home. Thank God you have found us. Just because your birth certificate says this number. There are furries who are in their 80s. There are furries who are in their 90s. I early on showed a picture of artwork that was drawn by a furry who was a member of the Wehrmacht army in the 1940s. Furry is timeless. It is limitless. Please don't impose some artificial restriction. Oh, I can't be here because this is the one community in all of the millions of communities that humankind has come up with where that doesn't apply. You're 1 year old, you're 99 years old. It doesn't matter. Come and dream with us. Somebody write that down. That was fucking brilliant. Oh my God. We got to make a commercial out of that or something. That was incredible. I like that shit. All right, what's going on here? Bit says, I'm sad to have missed getting to meet Kage's father. My dad was an exceptional man. I will tell you about my dad. I am going to use some words here. And somebody's going to screen cap them, and they're going to take that 30-second thing in the screen caps, and they're going to say, Uncle Kage is horrible. You know what? I don't fucking care. I'm going to take you guys back more than 60 years. My father grew up in Alabama in the 1930s and the 1940s. He was 9 years old when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. He told me stories. He was playing baseball with his buddies in the street and he heard the news. One of his buddies was a young black kid. In fact, it was his best friend. My dad was a child growing up in the 30s and 40s in Alabama. His best friend was a black kid. My dad was a white kid. And in those days, it was okay if you were children to play together. But then once you reached like 13, 14, whatever, all of a sudden they told you, you can't be friends anymore. Of course, I wasn't there. I'm getting the story secondhand. But years later, after my father had married, he'd moved up north. He'd been a soldier in the army. He'd had his career. He was now back home visiting his family. And here's where people are going to screen cap this and say, Uncle Kage is horrible, but I'm giving you a historical narrative. Dad was sitting in the kitchen, and his new wife, Wilma, was sitting with him. And there was a knock at the back door, not the front door, the back door. And Sylvania Conway, my grandmother, she went back and she came up and said, Sam, it's that nigger boy you used to play with. And my dad jumped up out of his chair and he ran out back and he tackled this young black fellow, and oh my old friend, oh my God, oh go, they were rolling around on the ground. It's oh my, oh, I'm so happy to see you. And Granny said, it just weren't right. My dad was a good old boy. He played the role of the Southern NASCAR, oh, them there, black sons of whatever. But I used to work with him back in the 70s. This old Southern guy, this properly good old boy, racist, NASCAR-loving guy. His best friend growing up was a young black kid. And I used to ride with my father. We used to go and visit some of the neighborhoods in Philadelphia and Norristown in Pennsylvania where normally white people didn't go. My father went there, and he would work on some of the houses for these black families who had no money, but it was wintertime, and it was cold, and they had no way to stay warm. My father, this, proper Depression-era racist Alabama boy, he and I used to work on their oil burners, and we would fix them and make sure the family was warm. And I don't think my father ever put in the bill. It was 1978, 1979. I can remember dozens of these homes that we visited of African Americans looking very, very nervous because here it's 2 degrees outside and their heat is cut out, and my father would fix their heat. But I'm pretty sure to this day he never put in the bill. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what being a Southern gentleman is all about. Here's to my dad, Sam Conway. Let's come up here. Yep. Uh, People are talking about the past. Luke Knapp says, "Come and dream with us." New AC catchphrase. I came up with that phrase before Hollywood came up with it, and that movie. God damn it! Yeah, I made up that. Yeah. You know, America has a very, very checkered history with race. I saw it myself. I was a kid and visiting Alabama in the 1960s. Trust me, I know what racism is all about. But I had a mom who came from Philadelphia. And I had a dad who came from Alabama, but still instilled in his children this idea that some of these old ideas are not right. Now we're still dealing with them today. We still have people want to wear the white hoods and parade around in the bed sheets and everything and play ghosts and goblins and Halloween. Yeah, that's gonna happen. I can only hope that they die off quickly and their children are a little more enlightened than their parents were. I was blessed to have enlightened parents. I don't know if mom's gone to bed or not. She probably has on account of the hour. You know, old people go to bed early, especially old ladies, and she's probably gone to bed by now. But I was raised by people who in the 1950s and 60s were furries. There wasn't a name for it then, but that's what they were. And that's what I am today. What is furry? Is it, furries is about people who like anthropomorphic animals and, okay, yeah. That's great. Let's take it back to the basic level. What are furries? Furries are people who understand at a fundamental level much more than the rest of society what it is to be a human being. I'll just leave it at that. My glass is empty. I promised to Chaw that when the glass was empty, I would be done with the stream. So, I'm done with drinking. We have had our fun. We're coming up on 5 hours. I bitch and moan about the pulpit show at Eurofurence being 3 hours long, and then I do a stream that's 5 hours long. I'm one to talk. But I'll tell you what. Before I conclude, before I turn off these lights and before I turn off all the shit, people are always asking me to sing songs. I think it's time I did so. But what would you like me to sing? And before you answer the question, I am going to point out that my monitor is just cut out. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to turn the son of a bitch off because I can't see at all what's going on. I rebooted this thing before we started. Yeah, you guys know it was a dumpster dive. I got this goddamn giant monitor out of the trash. So yeah, it's a piece of shit. But it just cut out on me. So what I'm going to do is I'm rebooting it right now, and the rebooting is coming up. So hopefully, when I get back to the HDMI 3, whatever, how shall we end this? We have The Parting Glass, Fish Heads by Dr. Demento. Ozzy-chan sent an email, but then I have to look at that. I could do fish heads. I would probably get a copyright strike on that. But you know what? I like The Parting Glass. I'm going to pull this up. I'm going to get a copyright strike on this too. You know why? Because this song is ancient. But copyright pirates are always going to be all over this shit. But here we go. I'm going to sing The Parting Glass, and I'm going to tell you why. Here we go. By the way, Boozy loves this song too. I'm going to keep Fergus with me. Of all the money that e'er I had, I spent it in good company. And all the harm that e'er I done, at last it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit, to memory now I can't recall. So fill to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. Of all the comrades that e'er I had, they're sorry for my going away. And all the sweethearts that e'er I had, they'd wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls unto my lot that I should rise and you should not, I'll gently rise and I'll softly call. Good night and joy be with you all. That's an old drinking song. But that lyric, since it falls into my lot that I should rise and you should not, I'll gently rise and softly call. Good night and joy be with you all. I'll share a little something with all of you. That dreadful morning when I got the phone call from my mom, "We need you." And I ran down. EMS was there. And I ran into the bedroom, and there was my father, and I knew that everything had been done that could be done. And I told the EMS crew when they asked me for leave to stop, and I gave it to them. You've done all you can. Thank you. Thank you for trying. I knelt down by my father, and the only thing a son can do for his father is close his eyes, and I did that. And I whispered, "Good night, and joy be with you." I think that's all for tonight. Thank you all very much for joining us on this crazy wine stream with whatever the hell we do. I want to thank my guests, Fergus the Slackworm, I want to thank Bom Bom, the mascot for Brazil Fur Fest, and I want to thank Cthulhu, and I want to thank Tumor Cat, and I want to thank Cerberus, the guardian of Heck, and I want to thank all of you for joining us here tonight. And I shall share that exact same thought with all of you. We've had a great time here tonight, so good night and joy be with you all.